Hello everyone, welcome to stream number 6, where today we are going to be doing a very special thing. 1 sec, I have to fix stuff because stuff be broken. Anyways, welcome to stream number 6, where we are going to be doing a shiny only run of Fire Red. The rules of this run are going to be... Number 1, the most obvious one is I can only use shiny Pokemon in battles. I'm allowed to use an HM slave if necessary, but outside of that, every Pokemon I use has to be... That music's a bit loud. That Pokemon has to be... I'll fix that in sentence. It has to be shiny. Well, I'm trying to say. Rule number 2. I have to beat the game. You might see something weird. This is a totally legit thing. How do I... where's... There. There we go. Rule number 2, I have to beat the whole game. I have to beat every gym, every Elite Four member, and not entirely sure what the post game is for Fire Red, so that might be debatable. We'll see. Rule number 4, I have to catch all of the legendaries. That means shiny versions of the legendaries. And that list includes Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Mewtwo, Lugia, and Ho-Oh, which are event Pokemon, but you know, I'm totally very lucky and have totally legally gotten these events, or will get these events, on my totally legal Game Boy Advance, and on my totally legal Fire Red version of Pokemon. And then the roaming Pokemon of this game, which are Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Those are all the rules that I have to follow very, very strictly, or else nothing will happen, but still, it's just entertaining. So, that's all the way. There's always stream loots and play cards to troll me. Basically, Pokemon Go. I mean, not Pokemon. Pokemon trading game, but you know, you don't really trade, you just mess with me. There's the Discord where you can chat with me or some of my other friends before or after stream. We love Pokemon, so if you love Pokemon, which I'm assuming is why you're here, you'll have plenty to talk about. And then, as always, the commands are in the description, or you can type !commands to get a list of them. And that being said, where's my controller? I have it on. I am not prepared because I am bad streamer. Let me just this. God damn it, OBS. Unless you might see some weird things. I'm sorry about that. That's getting chat to work on this is very much a pain. So if you see that empty box, I'm sorry. I wish I could control it, but I cannot. It has a mind of its own. Okay, our controller's connected. Let's do this. Now, as you can see, even though this is Fire Red, and I was tempted to go with the theming, my favorite starter, and what I've heard the best starter for this game is Bulbasaur. And I can 100% agree with that, because he's my favorite. He doesn't have the best shiny, I'll give you that, but he is my favorite Kantos. So that is what we will be going with. I've seen this so many times throughout all of our lives, so just skip over that. I am Boy. I am Schlong. Okay, my name is... The OJD, that's what everyone calls me. Now my favorite part. The grandson. Name may be Gary or Blue or whatever, but I feel like there's only one true name. That's a Z. That's a Z. Yes. That's a Z. It just looks like it. Ignore that. that's still not. How we go? I want to do something real quick. This is going to look really wanky. Wanky, that's not the right. But I'm going to have to do something. Oh. Oh, no, that didn't fix it. Okay. I really don't want... yeah, see, this is fucking... Yeah, this is going to look scuffed. I'm sorry, but I'd rather have this working and slightly scuffed. Not working. Completely scuffed. See, that works. It's a... It might... it might not work for long, but... Hey, this... But that's... I'm sorry, I have no way of testing this stuff. Well, I have no way of testing the fucking chat through Stream Element. Stupid. I had my tantrum about that already. Okay, back to what we were doing. But at least chat's working. Wait, no, I'm thinking about Emerald. I've been testing a bunch of different stuff today. It's been interesting. Ah! I forgot that did that. I accidentally pressed the trigger button. Alright, let's get all of this through. Yeah. The cable rubbing against the zipper. Oh, my cheeky. Ass. Let me think. Poor ass. You know, he always gets mistreated by both us and his grandfather. And he's a douchebag. But still. Be patient, ass. I know I sound like a child when I laugh about this, but... This one should be Bulbasaur. What an option. Ah, what is that? Up, 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 up. God damn it. It's not working very well. At least that's on. Mono. The liquid and fire red this kill. Okay, sweet. Now we save. Turn off your power. If my power gets shut off, I'll be pissed. Okay, and now, as you can see, I have a tiny little timer. I shall now start the timer. Hopefully that has started. That started? Has it started? It's not showing up. It started. Okay, I'm just stupid. Okay, let's do this. First Bulbasaur of the day. Yes, please. No nicknames, this will just make it faster. Asses received Charmin. Okay. Tag. Wrong thing. Pokemon. Right thing. Summary. And of course not. Okay. There we go. And sadly, we did not get a shiny or within 30 seconds. So how's y'all's day? And I hope y'all had a good day. You had a good day at work. Wife and kids are doing well. I don't know if any of y'all have a wife and kids. I want to look at summary. There we go. Controller is not working here. No, not. I might have to switch out the controller. This may not be working too well. Or it might just be the game being buggy, who knows. Ah! Damn it. Hey, each one. I should have gotten like some music. I just don't know how to do the music thing. Not shiny. We might be here for a very long time, to be honest with you. Because the odds in this game, I think, are 8,190, if I remember right, and that's very, very high. Of course, the later games, not quite as high. No. Color's being buggy. Well, it's a female, but it's not shiny, so we do not. That might just be the game. Bulbasaur. Yes. Not shiny. I'm gonna be so pissed if I end up just like not paying attention and accidentally reset over the shiny. I don't think it'll happen because, you know, Bulbasaur's a pretty obvious shiny. But still, I'm gonna be pissed if my does that. No, I don't want to give it any. I don't want Bond. I will probably try to figure out where the name picker or whatever his name is. Nope, not sure. Because I would like to, you know, have a special bond with one. It's just the thing is with the starters is you can't figure out whether or not they're shiny until you already have them. So just for time's sake, it's just faster to, you know, not name it. I know some games are a lot better with shiny hunting the starters. I think Soul Silver and Heart Gold it's a lot better where you can just skip while you're choosing the starter. And then you got certain games like Sword and Shield where, I mean, the shiny's just locked, which sucks. I really wish they wouldn't, you know, lock the shinies. Like, if you want to lock the box legendaries, fine, whatever, that sucks too, but I feel like the shinies for the starters should be a lot. It's like kind of just like the legendaries are not a necessity to start a game. A starter is. So if someone wants to do what I'm doing right now in the newer generation, they cannot. Not shiny. Creatures Inc. I am excited for, you know, getting to the DS games. Well, maybe just getting excited past this game because I played this game a little bit, not to completion. Something you'll probably notice a lot with games. I don't always complete them. But even then, I got a decent bit into this game, and plus it's an old game, so people know a lot about it. Not to say that people don't know a lot about, you know, Emerald, or like Ruby and Sapphire, which I think I might skip. Might skip Ruby and Sapphire and just go straight to Emerald. Because, from my knowledge, Emerald is just a better version of Ruby and Sapphire. think it's similar with a lot of other games too. Maybe not all of them, but quite a few. Like Sun and Moon are just, damn it, are just shitty versions of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So there's no point in playing them. Just go straight to Ultra Sun. Not shiny. I was thinking about doing the challenge where I have to do like a Professor Oak challenge, but with shinies only. But I've seen a video on that where someone did that with Let's Go, and it was painful. You know, it was kind of worth it just because, you know, it's a massive achievement doing something like that, but it just sounded painful. Can't I change the boxes? I think I can, but bother it. And not shiny. We saw that it's been female at least a few times, so we know that it's not shiny locked. Not shiny locked, but it's changing the Pokemon. You know, already knew, but you're annoying. What do y'all think of that new Pokemon game? I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's clearly underbaked. It is very much underbaked. It could, you know, good to take a few more years probably. I'll try it within the oven that is game making. Those performance issues and graphics. Oh boy, they're interesting for sure. I've seen some ridiculous stuff on like Twitter of people having like these massive, just clearly not looked at bugs. And like a lot of them are hilarious, but you know, it's Pokemon, it's a multi-million-dollar company. You think they would at the very least be able to get rid of the most of the bugs you see on the internet. And it sucks that it has all the graphical issues that it does with performance, just it overall not looking the best, except for the Pokemon. And you know, all the performance issues, because it's a really good game when it comes to this. When it comes to like the actual gameplay, a lot of the new Pokemon they added are just so cool or adorable or just overall great. And a lot of the changes, though not all of them are good in my opinion, most of them are pretty damn good changes. You know, it could use to, you know, get some upgrades in the future, but still, it's just, the gameplay is so good that if the graphics were just a tad bit better, you could stand it. But it's just, like, sometimes, you know, the game looks really beautiful, especially if you get, like, a really close look at the Pokemon. Some of the Pokemon's textures and stuff, not shiny, are just absolutely phenomenal. They really are. But everything else is just, oh boy. But I mean, if the graphics were better, it'd be a great game. But the graphics are just so unbelievably poor. And you know, I'm normally not the type of person to, you know, bitch too much about graphics. You know, I prefer like big graphics. So something like Sword and Shield, you know, it really did not look bad to me. I thought it was a perfectly fine looking game. But and Arceus I thought was a great looking game. You know, they both could have stood to get some improvements, but still. But with this newest set of games, oof, it could definitely get up. That's for sure. One of the changes that I don't like that I mentioned is the fact that you no longer get like a little notification if there's a shiny Pokemon nearby. So you can very easily walk by a Pokemon. So like in Arceus, you'd have, not shiny, you'd have this big old, you know, audio based notification, and then if it was like on your screen, you'd get a puff of sparkles. So there was like almost no way you could really miss it if you got a shiny. And with older games, it didn't really matter because they weren't open world. When you saw a Pokemon, you saw a shiny Pokemon, it was because you were already battling it. You know, with Let's Go, that's different, but normally if you see a shiny Pokemon, if there's a shiny Pokemon that spawns, it's on your screen, so you can't miss it either way. And then with Arceus, it had its thing of, you know, the noise is not shiny, but it's, you know, not being shiny. I mean, fuck. It had its thing where if there was a shiny Pokemon, you fucking knew. Even if you didn't see it, you fucking knew. In this game, you have to see it. And it doesn't even have like a sparkles or audio or anything. It's just there. Which, I mean, I guess is a good point from like a realism standpoint, but I mean, it's Pokemon. No one plays Pokemon for realism, at least not to the extent of, you know, differently colored animals don't make noises whenever you come by them. You know, I would very much like to know if there is a shiny Pokemon nearby, not shiny. Because, like, earlier today, I was shiny hunting a Magikarp. Magikarp was one of my first shinies ever. Granted, it was in Sword and Shield, and I did get it through, like, a special event where it had, like, a super high chance of popping. But still, it was one of my first shinies ever. So, you know, that means something to me. And with, like, you know, the connection between the Red Gyarados and Gen 2, you know, it just feels like a Pokemon you have to get as soon as possible when it comes to shiny hunting. So, when I saw that I had, like, a mass outbreak, that was one of the first Pokemon I went to shiny hunt. In fact, it was the first Pokemon I shiny hunted in this game. In fact, I think I have a shiny Magikarp or Gyarados in every single Pokemon game I've played, except for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I don't think I've gotten a shiny Magikarp in those games, but I have one in Pokemon Go, I have one in Sword and Shield, and now I have one in Scarlet and Violet. Damn it. So, yeah. It was, you know, it didn't take long. It didn't take long at all compared to, like, something like this, which is probably going to take forever. But still, you know, it was kind of almost luck that I saw that there was a shiny Magikarp in the water. You know, I was being smart about it, so I don't think I was going to miss it. You know, I was doing what I could to make sure that I saw every Magikarp. But still, like, if it was a Pokemon like, Gengar, where the shiny just doesn't change at all, where, like, you have to actively have them next to each other to see the difference, you're going to miss it. And that sucks. And to my knowledge, there's only one not shiny Pokemon. There's only two ways of shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet. That being the Masuda method, you know, as normal. That's in like every shiny hunting method. And then there's the outbreak system, which is very sort of similar to the one in Arceus. Sort of, not completely, but still, those are the only ways I know. Meaning that the only other way is just, you know, finding it. You know, as a random wild encounter, which you can't exactly do consistently, which sucks. But yeah, that's kind of my main complaint when it comes to gameplay. When it comes to like graphics, as I just said, it could, you know, use some upgrades. But yeah, that's my opinion of the newer games. Shiny. This is gonna take me like months probably to get any of this done. Unless I'm like the luckiest son of a bitch around. I don't know what it is about like older generation games, but like specifically like the 2D ones, but something about it's just very charming. That you kind of just can't emulate with modern games, with the modern generations. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I liked the way that Sword and Shield looked. You know, it wasn't like the most beautiful game ever, but you know, it still looks decent. In my opinion, I can definitely play it without, you know, bitching. And Arceus, I just thought looked really good. Especially with, you know, the whole open world concept that was done better than Sword and Shield. But I don't know, it's just something about the older Pokemon games is just too classic to really replace properly. Like, you'd have to have something absolutely positively amazing, not shiny. Something absolutely positively amazing to properly replace. I don't know what my favorite older gen game would it be when it comes to graphics, you know? I think Fire Red and Leaf Green are kind of just, you know, classic, but I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite looking. And Ruby, Sapphire, and you know Emerald included look pretty good too, but it's fairly similar to this. You know, seeing how all five games are Gen 3 games. I do like the way the characters in Ruby and Sapphire look though. Like the main characters, you know, your character, I do like that. Which is something I kind of miss a little bit when it comes to the newest game, because you know it allows you to completely and utterly customize your character, which you know is fine. I just wish you know the characters were a bit more iconic compared to like you know pretty much any other generation, except for like maybe 7. I feel like the characters, like the characters you play as, aren't quite as iconic as. But you know, like even in Gen 6, you know, they're fairly iconic looking characters, especially the female. You know, it's a very, you know, standard kind of outfit, but you know, it stands out quite a bit compared to a lot of the other protagonists. And not shiny. And you know, Red is kind of just the one you will always recognize no matter what. He's just that damn iconic. I do like the riding Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, though. I think that's a really neat looking Pokemon. I got Violet, so got the tech one. I think it looks pretty neat. I think they both look good. I think it's going to be very interesting to continue this story. I'm not all that far in it. I'm just spamming A. Go buy faster. Not shiny. Oof, this is gonna take a while probably. I got 4 hours, so let's... And that timer I have should hopefully, you know, keep track of the exact time we start. I mean, the exact time we stop. So I won't have to do anything fancy or have to wipe it or anything. I hope. It's been a bit finicky, but I mean, how pretty much everything's been so far. Not shiny. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what Pokemon I want to be, you know, next to hunt. I really don't want, like, a Pidgey would not be a bad Mon to have on the team. But at the same time, then there's a Rattata. Or, yeah, the rat Pokemon, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know if I'd say it's right. But yeah, I mean, like, a Pidgey would be good, I think. You know, it'd be good to have a flying type. But at the same time, then I also have to deal with the rats. And if I get multiple shiny rats before I get a shiny bird, I'm going to be pissed. I don't want to have to deal with that. It just sounds awful. I think another perk about, you know, doing these older games, of course, I'm doing it on an emulator, as you've probably been able to tell. So, you know, for me, it's a bit faster, though. I don't really plan on using the, like, fast forward feature a lot of emulators have. I don't know if this one has it. But still, it's a lot faster in the older generations, because all I need to do is, I mean, this is a sock reset. It doesn't have, like, the same loading times as the newer games. The newer games can have ridiculously long load. That really artificially boosts the hell out of shiny hunt. Not shiny. I think probably the thing I'm kind of like the most excited about hunting is, like, other than my starter, just because, you know, something you really should, damn it, I keep doing that. Something you really should be excited about is getting a shiny starter right off the rip. But it's the legendary encounters I want to have to do. I'm really excited for those. Because, you know, I've never really done it in, female, but not sure. I've never really done it in, like, the newer games, because a lot of the shinies are locked with the legendaries. I mean, like, yeah, they're in, like, Sword and Shield, there's the Dynamax Adventures, which isn't bad, it's just, I don't play on my Switch enough, so I don't really have online, because I think it's a waste of money. I don't play that much. But, so I have to play with AI, and the AI are fucking awful. They're really fucking stupid. So, it makes it significantly harder to do that stuff that are already not shiny. So, you know, I haven't really gotten many shinies from that. I think I've gotten one, maybe two. Which I do kind of want to do more shiny hunting in Sword and Shield and Arceus. I haven't done too much in Arceus. I've done a little bit in BSP, but nowhere near the same amount I've done in Sword. But there's still plenty more to do. I do just wish that, you know, shiny legendaries weren't locked behind events. Because, like, you know, it's so easy to miss the events. Like, I've gotten pretty much all of the event Pokemon as of pretty much as far back as I can think of when it comes to Sword and Shield. But when it comes to the Eternatus shiny event, where, you know, you gotta go to GameStop to get them, I wasn't able to get that one. And it was completely and utterly out of my control, because every single GameStop in my area didn't have a code. They ran out. And according to, like, the one of the guys we talked to, was like, oh yeah, they only give us like 30 of them. Which is like, wow. Really? Only fucking 30? Like, the game's played by millions of people. 30? Seems, you know, a bit of a a really shitty number. God damn it, I forget to say. I'll be honest, the overlays, I had to make 3, because I have, like, all the games for Game Boy Advance to 3DS. I have all of those, so I wanted to make overlays for all of them. Female, but not shiny. So, yeah, I made 3 different overlays. This is the only one with the chat in it, but still, 3 different overlays. And it was a lot more painful than it probably should have. That is a very offset 39 that I look at it. Probably compensating for whenever I get to the 100, but still. I might have to move that. But yeah, it was very painful because the timer I had to set up as a bunch of different fucking shit. And then the counters really weren't that hard. It just took me a bit to figure them out. But the main thing was just dealing with OBS. OBS could be very painful to deal with sometimes. And Stream Elements. Stream Elements is an interesting software. Well, not software, but site. Like as I said before, I can't test the chat features. So I had no idea that the chat scene I had set up for this particular overlay wasn't going to work. I had no idea. And I had no way of knowing without going live, which causes its own issues, at least for me. Not shiny. I know this is going to take a really long time, but I am excited about doing this. Sorry if y'all hear weird noises. I had to turn up the sensitivity on my mic so it wouldn't cut out as much. You might be hearing weird noises from me fidgeting and shit. Or me just placing down my controller for a second. Or hell, you might be spamming the A button. I'm sorry for that. Not shiny. I can't wait until they do more remakes. And I hope it's just not another BDSP, because, you know, BDSP, in my opinion, wasn't bad, and I don't think it looked as bad as people said it did. Of course, I have the same stance for Sword and Shield. I certainly don't hold that stance for Scarlet and Violet, but I don't think it looked as bad. I just think, you know, it really wasn't just like a remaster or anything like that. It was just a pure remake of basically the same thing, which sucks. And it wasn't even like, you know, a platinum remake, which sucks additionally. You know, Diamond and Pearl, you know, Gen 4, damn it, is one of my more favorites. You know, because the BSP has gone down, I say my favorite gen would probably be Gen 5, but still. Which is mostly just because, like, the anime, it's kind of the thing that really got me into Pokemon when I was younger, even though I never really played the games until, like, recently. But still, Gen 5 would probably be my favorite. Was, like I just said, Gen 4 originally, because, you know, also the anime for Gen 4 really got me into Pokemon when I was younger. But with BDSP, it not only made me realize how bad Diamond and Pearl originally were, especially compared to Platinum, but BDSP had its issues. Shiny! Not shiny. Curses. How could they? Why didn't they give me the shiny? I don't know how I feel about them making it so that way Rival now picks the starter that's advantageous against yours. I mean, not advantageous. Because, you know, it does make it easier, which I guess is nice, but at the same time, you know, it's a bit of difficulty in some cases. Which, you know, can kind of suck at times. When, you know, you just completely just wipe the floor with your rival. But, you know, in a lot of games, you know, you kind of do anyways, especially if you you over level on accident like I do sometimes. But I mean, still, you know, a bit more challenge, especially in the newer games when there's already a lot that makes it easier already. I don't want to name a Bulbasaur. He's worthless to me. Cool. I just accidentally clicked the remove a shiny from the counter. Whoops. See. Yeah, I did. Okay. Good thing I caught that. I use a site called Shiny Counter, I think it's called. I can't remember the exact name for it. I've always been terrible with names, but it's a really good site. It categorizes all of your shinies. It remembers all of them. It has a timer with it. It remembers the date. You can put the gender, name. You can put descriptions. Hell, you can even put a video link to it as for like your reaction. And I think in the future, if they haven't already, they might develop like a widget for it. In fact, I want to check it out to see what changes they've made, because they normally make a change every time a new game comes out. Of course, the last game being Arceus, at least for the website version of it. The mobile version needs some love. But yeah, it's just overall really good for not only memorizing all the shinies you've gotten, but also just tracking your progress in each hunt. Now, I'm not going to do it for this because I don't really know how to do it for this. I mean, I could probably do the same thing I'm doing with like the Game Boy Advance stuff still. I feel like that'd be a massive pain in the ass. They might have a widget or something I could use. Maybe. But yeah. That site, I always end up forgetting to click something or misclicking something. Especially on the mobile app, because the little buttons for it are just so small. Not shiny. So, I'm kind of worried about doing this, is either forgetting a button or the wrong one. No nickname, fuck you. I'm sorry, that was aggressive. Oh, no shiny, yeah. So that's another reason I'm excited to get into like the newer games. I'm not going to do any of the Switch games because, you know, I actually have a Switch, so it's a Switch Lite, so I can't really record anything with it. But still, I'd rather not get into, you know, that far of the emulation thing. At least not until, you know, the Switch is no longer relevant. I'm pretty sure people already have, you know, emulators and ROMs for Switch, but I'd just rather not, at least not right now. I have also been thinking that about, you know, once I get through all of the main games, which can take God knows how fucking long, with tons of them. I might do some fan games, or maybe do like a fan game in between. I don't know if I'll do like the same shiny challenge I'm doing now, but still. Right at 15. And about 50 and half an hour, so that might lead to like hopefully 100 an hour. Okay. Hopefully more. So should be about 400. You know, I think that's what I'll do. I'll probably just keep streaming until I reach 400. Then next stream 800, and stream after that 12,000, 1200. Kind of just go with that pattern. I might just, you know, have a nice little flow to it or whatever. A nice little bit. Cause I highly doubt I'm gonna get this stream. I highly fucking doubt. Not shiny. I did think about doing like leaf green last second just because it would fit better with, you know, the shiny I'm hunting for as my starter, but then I kind of realized I already put fire red into pretty much everything I had already made for this, so I'm just sticking with fire red. The female, but not shiny. And the delay on YouTube bad. I have it up on my phone like very much far behind on YouTube. Like by the time like I get to selecting a Pokemon and on stream for you guys, I've already picked it up. I'm about to look into the image. Hell, by the time I'm at the selection, not shiny. On here, in my game, on stream, it's still loading the save. Like right now, for me, I'm still looking at the Pokemon on stream. Now it's gone loading the game, but still, I am now at this clicking again and accidentally giving it a name. Shining. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm going to do for when there's multiple Pokemon in a single like patch of grass or something. You know, right now, I mean, for like when it's showing what shiny Pokemon I'm going for on the overlay. I think I'm probably going to do like a slideshow type thing, maybe, where it shows all the Pokemon for a bit of time. I think that would look neat, maybe. Whoop. But we'll see. That's probably not going to happen for a hot minute. I do think I'm probably going to, you know, shiny hunt the second I can get Pokeball. I think one thing I'm also very excited for is getting a good false swiper. As you know, I'm always, damn it. I'm always, you know, very nervous when it comes to getting Pokemon just in general and like killing them on accident. Specifically if I needed them. Like if I didn't need them, like yeah, it sucks, but you know, whatever. But if I needed them for like a Pokédex or like it's a shiny, oh, I get very nervous. Mostly when it's a shiny, you know. If it's a Pokemon I need for like a Pokédex, it's really not as important, you know, I get a little peeved. But if it's a Pokemon, oh no, I don't want that to happen. So having a good false swiper is a very important thing for me when it comes to shiny hunting. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the first false swiper is in this game. Not a clue. Not shiny. I know with BSP, originally I went with a shiny, what was his name? it's the male version of Ralts. It fully evolves. I forgot the name. But that's what I originally went with. But the only sleep move it learns is only has a 75% accuracy, which I found very annoying. So I eventually went with a Shroomishes line for a shiny, because one, I think it's Gallade, that's the name. I think the Gallade and Gardevoir line of shinies kind of doesn't look too good. You know, it's not bad shiny, it's just, in my opinion, it doesn't look all that good. But that's just a purely preference thing. While for Shroomish, even though I do think maybe less changes, or maybe about the same, I do think it looks better. I don't know. I just think that line looks a lot better. And, I mean, the main reason, female but not shiny, the main reason I went with it is because it has, I forgot the exact name of the move they have, but on top of having False Swipe, they have a sleep move that hits 100% of the time. I mean, it can miss, like, if you use, like, you know, a move that lowers my accuracy, but still. If you don't do that, it has a 100% chance of it. So, I decided to do that. It was very painful to get a Shroomish, sort of. Because the only way you can get a Shroomish BSP not shiny is if you go to the Safari Zone. And, you know, you have to go through a very specific process of getting it. It's not a normal spawn in the Safari Zone, it's a special spawn that only spawns at certain times. So, basically after, I think, days of waiting, I went through all my games, didn't find it there. But luckily enough, I remembered you can transfer stuff from Pokemon Go. So, I ended up having one in Pokemon Go, transferred that, and started breeding it. I don't remember, not shiny, the amount of eggs I hatched. I don't think it's as much as Turtwig, a Pokemon I still haven't gotten the shiny of, but still, I think it was a decent bit. Not overly too much, though. My fastest hunt for a shiny Pokemon was in BDSP as well, though. I wanted to do the same thing I did in Sword and Shield and get basically an entire of shiny Pokemon that I would use to get shiny Pokemon. But, in BDSP, I sadly wasn't able to get the Pokemon I was wanting exactly, purely just because I wasn't able to get the right ability. One sec. Sorry, I had to deal with something. But yeah, what was that saying? But yeah, I wanted a whole team of like, shiny Pokemon who I would use to get other shiny Pokemon. So in Sword and Shield, I got a shiny Litwick with Flame Body so I could hatch eggs faster. So I tried to do the same thing with Slugma and BDSP. Never got the Flame Body Pokemon I needed though. But I did get it in only 5 eggs. So that was nice. And then, like, I think a week, maybe a month later, I can't remember exactly when, I was in the Grand Underground looking for a specific Pokemon. I think I was either trying to finish my dex or maybe trying to level up a Pokemon to evolve. But, I ended up going into, I think the name's Magmortar, the evolution of Slugma. I ended up running into a Slugma evolution for shits and giggles. Being like, huh, imagine if this was shiny. Like, I actively said that out loud. And it was shiny. And it still didn't have Flame Body. It had the exact same ability as the Slugma I already had. So yeah, that was... It was nice to get a random shiny that I pretty much predicted. But it was one I already had and it didn't have the ability I needed. So it was a very bitter, sweet catch. Another thing I can't wait for is being able to transfer Pokemon from home into Scarlet and Violet. I have a lot of Pokemon I want to transfer in that I can't put into any of the other current games. I have the entire Kalos. I have the entire Gen 6. Damn it. Starter Quad, whatever you want to call them. Two of which have hidden abilities, so that's nice. But yeah, so I have those. I have a few shiny Pokemon, not shiny, shiny Pokemon from Let's Go, from Community Day events. And then I have, I think it's a mythical Pokemon that you get for a special quest in Let's Go, in Pokemon Go. So yeah, I want to get that into a game. And I think there's a few more. Sadly, I'm pretty sure Gen 5 is not in the newest game, which sucks. Because I don't think, other than Oshawott, there's any Gen 5 Garden on the Switch. I think Oshawott's the only one. I think he was in Arceus, and then he was in Scarlet and Violet. Because all the stars from Arceus came back from Scarlet and Violet. I mean, from Arceus. Yeah, that sucks. Because I really do like the other two starters from Gen 5 a lot more. I'm not sure who would be my favorite. I think Tapig would probably be my favorite, with Survivor being a very, very close second. Not shiny. EX. At least it's not like an encounter every 1 minute or so. Because the soft resets in BDSP specifically are just so slow. But the nice thing about static encounters like this, where you have to just soft reset to get it, is, you know what you're getting, for the most part. So, it just makes it a lot easier of a hunt, just because, you know what you're getting. With like random encounters, you have no idea what you're getting. Like, you might have an idea based off of like the method you're using, or based off the method you're using, or the area you're in, or hell, even just the game you're in. But I mean, other than that, it's completely up to face which one in those bushes you get. So it's always nice knowing exactly what you're getting. Even though I do think the static encounters are a bit slower, because you gotta go through a good chunk of the time of quite a bit of dialogue. You gotta go through, loading up the game, and then you gotta go and check to see if it's shiny, because in a lot of cases you can't check to see if it's shiny until after you get it. Not shiny. While in the bushes, you just gotta run back and forth, and then if the Pokemon you got shiny, then you catch it. If it's not, you just run and start over. There's no in between other than, the occasional encounter. And also the older games have this thing I just recently learned about called a repel trick, where you have a Pokemon that's at a certain level, like below a certain level. I think the level's 31. So that way, certain level, certain higher level Pokemon are guaranteed to spawn. So if you're looking for a specific encounter that's rare, you might be able to use the repel trick. This is a trick I don't fully understand as of yet, but it sounds like a neat trick. Oops. Oops. Oh, let's hope that wasn't a shiny. I got distracted, so I forgot to check. I just did the sequence of buttons I pressed. Whoops. We'll just, ignore that. Bro, if that was a shiny, I'll never know, but, like, my soul will be pissed. Like, if I'm getting particularly, like, grumpy one day, I'll know why if I'm getting. Not shiny. Yeah, we'll just not count up this time. See, stuff like that. I do stuff like that quite often. No, not enough to like completely ruin it, but you know, enough to be like, oh piss, I did it again. No. Check. Nope. Bro, if I do get it during this stream, I'm gonna be so fucking ecstatic. Like, I don't even have, like, the stuff I need set up quite yet for, like, the next hunt. Because I don't know what the hell it's going to be. It's probably going to be a Pidgey. Or just, it's going to be a yellow bird. That's all I really know, probably. But, I don't have the image I need downloaded, so that way I can have it on my overlay. You know, I have to do all this different stuff. You know, it's not going to take me, like, an hour to do. It's going to take me, like, 5 minutes to set up. Which still, I'm not prepared at all. Also, setting up this stuff was a lot less complicated than I thought it would be. It was still painful. It was still very, very painful. But a lot of it just required looking stuff up on Google. You know, it didn't require any fancy coding skills. Just required a few, you know, searches on Google and a few copy and pastes here and there, and I was set up with pretty much everything I have right now. I'm sure there's probably ways I could improve certain stuff, but I'm pretty happy with how I have everything set up at the moment. And I think I like this overlay I made probably the most, if not the second most. Not shiny. I think I probably like the 3DS one I have set up a bit more, maybe. Maybe, we'll see after, you know, be on it for a while. I did think about maybe doing like 2 different things, like 2 different instances of this game. But you know, I kind of just want to make this feel more like a traditional playthrough, even though it's really not. So I decided against it. Plus, I feel like the work to try and make that work as an overlay would be a bit more not impossible, just. I wonder if asses, you know, my rivals, Pokemon could be shiny. Because I don't know if I've ever heard about that. You know, I've heard of the infamous, you know, Gen 4 Pokemon shiny. whose name I've forgotten already. You know, I know of the infamous Zigzagoon shiny that you know, the uncatchable shinies. I've heard of those two. I don't know if I've heard of one in this game specifically. I wouldn't be surprised if there was one, but there's none that come to mind. And you know, I know a lot of people, you know, at least in the past, found those like really crappy shinies to get. I just think it'd be really interesting to get because you know, it's still those shinies where you do, it's not like something you keep. It's not something you can increase the odds of. It's just something you run in and experience. So, though I probably prefer just to catch it and keep it, still very neat thing to run into. You know, sorry, there's something about the chat that I keep thinking about that's just annoying the hell out of me mentally. I'll just have to deal with it later. Another thing I like about these older games is you can put anything you want as your rival's name. At least in this game, maybe I think Gen 4 allows it too. But you know, just being able to make your rival's name ass is hilarious to me. Man child. Yeah, we probably should figure out a name for the Bulbasaur. You know, I want a name. Check. See, sometimes I just get like the cycle mixed up. You know, sometimes I'll accidentally press the add-on to the counter before I even check the shiny. Just out of, you know, your muscle of, hey, I have to do this at some point now. So I will do it some now. And not shiny. There we go. Where you been at? Like it's been. I was going by a lot faster than I thought it would. The shiny hunting. And if y'all ever plan on doing this, don't do it when a new game is about to or it just came. Because, you know, just to make sure I was doing things right, I watched a bunch of videos on shiny hunting, and plus I've been really hyped for Pokemon, so I've been watching Pokemon videos here and there, but most of it's just been trying to make sure I know what I can about shiny hunting in these games. And, yeah, I've seen things I didn't want to. That sounds a lot worse than it is, but I've just seen spoilers for some of the new evolutions and stuff. But it is not shiny. Which, you know, kind of sucks. I haven't seen too much. Like, normally it's just a blur before I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to see that. But there's been one or two Pokemon where it's like, yeah, I know exactly what that looks like. And some Pokemon, I also just know the shiny form of them, even though I already know what they look like. in like standard form. Also sucks because I find out the shinies online. So that's not really a viable thing to do with certain shinies, because you know there's always the chance that it's just one of those really shit shinies that just looks damn well identical to its standard version, which sucks. I really wish they would update shinies like that, make them stand out a lot more against, you know, their standard version. You know, things like Garchomp, the Zapdos, that's the one, and Gengar. You know, some of those are, they're all three of them are like really classic, iconic Pokemon. And same with the Ice Reggie. I don't remember the exact name of Ice Reggie, but damn it, that shine is just shit. It looked nowhere near what a shiny should look like. It's pretty much the same fucking thing, which sucks. You know, this is not shiny. So I really do wish they would change shinies like that in some of the newer games, because I know they did it with one of the, I think it's Gen 3. I think it's one of the Gen 3 starters, the Fire Chicken one. I don't remember the name. I know they changed its second stage. I think one of the names Combustion? Whatever. So the mid stage of that evolution, I know they changed the shiny for that in Sword and Shield. Made it stand out a hell of a lot more. Oh, they just need to do it with like pretty much every other Pokemon that's just like that. Because I have a Gengar named Freddy, who's a G-Max Gengar from Sword and Shield. And this G-Max shiny looks amazing. I really do like Freddy. It took me a lot to get him. Like, this was before the DLCs came out and you could make pretty much any Pokemon you wanted a G-Max. So you had to go get these suckers in raids and stuff, you know, back in my day. But yeah, so I put a lot of work into him, and he means a lot to me. It would just be nice if his shiny was an ass. And I can kind of say the same for Hauntor, you know, the mid-stage evolution for that line. You know, it's not as bad as Gengar's, but it's certainly not as good as Ghastly. Sure. This is why I'm excited for doing the remakes of Silver and Gold. Soul Silver and Heart Gold, because at least according to my knowledge, the shiny starters are shown to you in the little menu where you pick said starters. So you don't have to go into your inventory or anything like that. You just do a quick spin around this little wheel thing, and then boom bada bing, you know whether or not you got a shiny, and if not, you reset. It's also a lot more likely that you'll get a starter or a shiny starter. I mean, because you got 3 different mons you're hunting, one of which is a shit mon, I'll be on. But I mean, the other 2 are still really good Pokemon. Still have really nice, still have really nice shinies. So, you know, it would be very nice to hunt in a game like that. At least for the starters. Because then I can just, you know, speed through it. Unless, you know, I'm unlucky. Oh yeah, that's not. That's very much fucked. That's not. May not be perfectly lined up with the other one, but at least it looks right. Ah! Oops. I wasn't paying attention. trying to fix the 100 that was starting to fly off screen. Female, that's not shiny. Yes. I do like the fact that the starters, you know, have only a small chance of being female. Because, you know, if you get a shiny that's female, it makes it that much rare. So it's always kind of like an interesting bonus, you know, charm to it. You know, it's not like a female starter is, you know, exactly, you know, extraordinarily rare or anything. But, you know, it's still, you know, on the rarer side. Because of the statistics for getting a male over a female. In fact, my fake Coco, by name Carrie, was a female in the game. That's all I'm going to say about that line, because I don't want people knowing stuff they shouldn't know yet. I do have to say, the evolution port caught me quite off guard. I'm only at the mid stage at the moment. I haven't gotten to the third stage, but still, it caught me quite off guard, I'll be honest with you. I can't wait to get stream avatars so that way y'all can have something to do while watching me do something that takes hours. I can't really put down the controller on my table or on my little desk thing. If I do that, it's gonna, you know, move. I don't know, make it Name? Not shiny. Okay. One thing I did notice is that Bulbasaur is a grass poison type in this game. I never noticed that before. I've used them before, and I probably have noticed it before. Just don't remember. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah. Well, before stream, as I was going around testing stuff. Cause I also want to do some of like the event stuff, you know, where like you can go chase around Mewtwo and Deoxys and Latios and stuff on like an island. And I'm pretty sure, at least based off what I know, those aren't shiny locked. So you can shiny hunt them all you want. So I want to include those. It's just, you know, on an emulator, and those events have been discontinued for decades, so I can't exactly do them. So I have to do it through alternative means, which was what I was testing out to see if I could do it, which I think I figured out a way to do it. Not sure. what's y'all's first shiny if you've ever gotten one? I know there's been plenty of people who haven't, but I mean, especially nowadays when it's fairly easy to get your hands on one. What was your first shiny? I don't mean like one you traded or anything. Especially if your first shiny was a traded one, there's a good chance that was a hacked shiny if someone's willing to give it away for, unless you traded it for like a... In that case, I don't know if that was really worth it. Like, the order of, like, importance for me is it goes from rare Pokemon, rare shiny Pokemon, to... I don't know, my list has probably changed over the years. I think my list was always shiny Pokemon, legendary, or maybe the other way around, depending on it, and then shiny, legendary. You know, shinies are kind of, you know, more towards the bottom, and shiny legendaries were like the shit. I can't remember the exact list I had. Like, I made up a legit list because I did a lot of trading. The Pokemon Sword and Shield, I have like thousands of hours in it. I did a lot of trading in it. Like, I spent a lot of nights doing trading. Nothing else, just trading until I got trades I wanted. I was one of those kinds of people who kind of just put up either good trades, just no one would go for them, at least I thought they were good trades, or really shit trades, and I just wanted to see who would go for them. It's quite entertaining when, you know, you give something, goddamn it, must be. When, you know, you give someone like a really shit offer for something that's like a really good thing, and they go for it. Like, why? Why'd you go for this? And something like Sword and Shield, it's a bit suspicious, because, you know, hacked Pokemon in Sword and Shield were like grass in a forest. You saw it fucking everywhere. Which, you know, sucks, because stuff like that tends to lead... honestly, kind of just tends to lead to, like, innocent people getting banned. Because, you know, in, like, Sword and Shield, you had the raids that people would hack in. So, there was no true way of knowing if this Pokemon was a hacked Pokemon, especially if it was just one you just randomly ran into. So you had no real way of knowing whether or not that Pokemon was hacked. And, you know, there was even ones where they wouldn't hack the Pokemon, they would just hack the drops it gave you. So, you know, you could just get a random item not paying attention that was hacked in without realizing or paying attention, and then boom bada bing, you're permanently banned from online play with no idea as to why. So that's kind of part of the reason why I'm not so, you know, excited about... That's why I'm not really, you know, ecstatic about doing trades online, especially nowadays, because, you know, it's just so easy to give someone something illegal and then suddenly your account's banned permanently. Like, I guarantee you I have some illegal stuff on, like, my Sword account. Either just because I don't know it, or I just don't really give enough of a damn. Because, you know, it's something small, or it's just something really not worth giving a damn about. But still, you know, it sucks hearing stories about someone, especially when it's like little kids, because, you know, at the end of the day, this is a little kid's game. Well, a kid's game, maybe not like kids. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is a kid's game. So, you know, you have a lot of kids who don't know any better getting online and trading people for stuff. Especially with Pokemon, where it's like a requirement to trade stuff, which kind of, you know, makes it worse, because one of the biggest problems, which is trading people for Pokemon that are illegal, is a thing that was kind of created by, you know, Game Freak themselves, by making it necessary to trade Pokemon in these games. So that way, you know, you complete your Pokédex. Not shiny. So the issues kind of, you know, started by Game Freak themselves, which will hopefully be one they get rid of, because, you know, they got rid of in Arceus, which I was very happy about. But there was not a single game exclusive, because there was only one fucking game. I didn't have to worry about trading at all. But yeah, it sucks, but what can you really do about it? You know, for obvious reason, they don't want people hacking in Pokemon or items and stuff, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of unavoidable to get your hands on it. Because it's just so easy to hide it. Because the only real way you're going to really know about whether or not something you have is hacked is if you have incredibly intense knowledge of the games. You know, the rarity of a Pokemon, the rarity of a shiny Pokemon, you know, what stats it should and shouldn't have. And even like with the stats, it is possible, you know, to get a perfectly statted out Pokemon with Pokerus, which is, you know, the special virus, you know, you can get on Pokemon. That is a possibility. It's an unlikely possibility, but it is a possibility. You know, I got Pokerus very, very early on in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Very early on. And because of that, I permanently have Pokerus, because it goes through home. So you can bring over contagious Pokemon from another game into a new one. I have Pokerus in BDSP, even though it took them an ungodly amount of time. Like, by the time they brought home compatibility to BDSP, the game was already pretty much dead. And Arceus was out for, I think, like a solid month. But still, I had, you know, Pokerus as soon as I got access to home. Which will probably happen again with Violet and, with Scarlet and Violet if I don't get it any sooner. Which I don't think I will, because I don't have access to trades, which is how I got it originally, but still. But yeah, I got it through a friend who had gotten Pokerus really early, and he traded it. Not sure. No nickname. Not shiny. I mean, I guess we have, you know, classic Pokemon music to serenade us, but, you know, I don't think it's going to be quite as entertaining as it would be. Of course, to be honest, with, you know, the whole copyright stuff I've already dealt with, just copyright and DMCAs in general, I really don't feel like dealing with. Because, you know, the only real music you can play is royalty-free music, and, you know, as you can probably expect, pretty much all the music I like is not royalty-free music. So I wouldn't be able to play in the music I like. So I'd have to find new music I like. That's not fun, you know, to go out of your way to do. You know, it's fine if you just find it naturally, not shiny. But, you know, it's not quite as fun when you have to go out of your way to do it. You know, if I see a song while I'm going through the listening platforms I have, and it's like, oh, that seems like it'd be neat. then I'll listen to it, and then if I like it, I'll add it. But normally, I'm just listening to the songs I already know I like. But if I have to go out of my way to find the songs I like, a good chunk of the time I'll just stop like midway through. Or even not even midway through. Because, you know, it's not quite as interesting for me. Yeah. That's how my reading brain works. Ba da ba da da da, not shiny. Ba da 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 da. There's no shiny? DX. Let's pull up a soundboard thing. Get something going on. I don't plan on making any clips out of this, but you know, I know nothing's interesting is gonna happen. You know, unless I get a shiny. But still. Why does that not work? Should be working. Not shiny. Let's type it in. Did. Oh, okay. Why does it always pick you? Not shiny. I'm gonna keep doing this until I get to show off most of my things. There's one I don't know if I want to show off. One because it's, you know, kind of, you know, very rated R. Well, maybe not very, you know, it's very silly, but it's also very adult. A, what's A? I completely forgot what A was. I wasn't not shiny. I wasn't expecting the tiny toot. Oh, what's O? Oh. I'm sensing a theme here. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, not shiny. That one's not quite as entertaining. A. Not shiny. A again. God damn it. I'm sensing a major theme here. E, what's D? And his name is John C. Not shiny. Seriously? What is with this weird what is with Nightbot's weird obsession with the tiny fart? B. Fuck someone. Yeah, I know that one. Very entertaining. Unless you have a weird thing for Roblox. And yes, I say weird. Why?
These nuts. Got him!
Yeah, I don't remember everything on my soundboard, so like it won't surprise me when it happens. Like I'll remember that I added it, but at the same time, you know, like I know what's there, I just don't know what button it's on. So this is kind of a good way to practice. B. Oh, God damn it. This is a long one. Oh, it's done. Not shining. Ah! I wasn't paying attention. Well, his name's Ah. I hope. Let's hope he's not shiny. I wasn't paying attention. No, it's female. Okay, thank God. I was going to be pissed. So it wants to eat. Oh, God damn it. You may not be able to see John Cena, but you sure as hell can hear him. Yeah, so exactly what happened with the chat happened. But I can fix that later. Is he shining? Good. Oh man, I didn't even say nice when we hit 69. Fuck, I missed the opportunity there. Ah, oops. God damn it. I skipped ahead a bit. I'm just gonna do that as a sound. Hey, yo, mom, joking. Female, but not shiny. Your mom was so fat she brought a spoon to school. That's a lame one. I hear that one all the time. That's a lame one. Give me another one. Your mom is cooking so nasty the flies got together and fixed the hole in the screen window. The window screen, whatever. Oh, I remember that one. I thought it was a very interesting one. There was a grammar error in it, so I had to fix it, so that's part of why I but still, it's a good one. I like that one. I will take that one. Okay, not shiny. Damn it. So, you know, have the nut button.
Nut.
Have the poo button. Yeah, I did that one.
No dick. No balls. Probably no butthole since this guy feeds on radiation.
What was that one? Okay.
No dick.
Oh wait, no.
No balls. Nani?
No, not that one.
What the dog doing?
We can't play that one. I'm pretty sure I'll get canceled off of YouTube for that. Not by anyone like real, just the, you know, the robots. The robots won't like that song. The robots are very picky bunch. Not shiny. God damn it. See. We already did that one.
Something's in my ass.
That's okay. Yeah, maybe I remember less of these than I thought. Oh god damn it. Yeah, the Minecraft does noise. Shit.
Nani?
Oh, I already did that one. Not shiny. Page. Oh. Never mind, I just that just leads to opening the browser. The Minecraft one, use troll. Death, no.
And his name
That's
is
John
John
Cena.
C.
It's our belief that you're such a stupid.
These nuts.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Yeah.
Can I get a?
It's time to stop.
Oh, I forgot about the S. Okay, I think that's a good sign that I should probably stop. Ah, damn it. My laughter, I forgot about that. Not shiny. Totally getting, you know, ahead of the timer on counters. That's nice. That's something to do with my button spamming, not necessarily as. Nope. Oh damn it! This no. Officially up. God damn it! Press all the right buttons. I shouldn't have said something about pressing the right button. Messing me up. Blame you, chat. How dare you? Not shiny. My double dog. Blame you. Well, the keyboard I use, you know, I use two different keyboards. One for, you know, like playing stuff and, you know, main use. Maybe I'm not shiny though. And I have a second keyboard that came with my PC. And, you know, the second keyboard isn't as, you know, cool or nice as the main one I've used, but one thing it really has that I like, I mean, that it has that I really like, is like it has this little, like, dial thing. It's kind of like almost like a scroll wheel, but like 10 times the size in length, I mean. And it controls volume, and it's so nice. Like, that's the one thing about that keyboard, other than the fact that it glows, that I really like. I don't know how to control the glowing effect on the keyboard, but it is a thing. But yeah, I'm very happy that I came with the PC though, that doing soundboards and using extra micro easy. Because I can just, you know, put them on second keyboard and not have to worry about accidentally, you know,
No.
in the middle of something. I don't want to be, you know, recording something important and then just suddenly...
Something's in my ass.
Like, imagine in the future, like, I record a video, and like, I record separate audio for it, and then I just never had this keyboard, so I just randomly, you know, set off my soundboard. I probably wouldn't do that. Probably wouldn't do a soundboard if I didn't have the extra keyboard. Well, I do have like a third keyboard that I got a really long time ago. It was originally for like extra buttons for drawing stuff at the time, but it turned out the normal keyboard worked perfectly fine. You know, the whole reason I got it is because my desk has like a pull-out thing where you can put your keyboard and mouse, which is what I have set up right now. But it's kind of like lower than the part where I have my drawing tablet. So my hands are kind of like in two different places. I thought that'd be, you know, inconvenient / uncomfortable, but you know, it really isn't. That's why I bought the second keyboard. It's not like a normal keyboard. It's like one of those weird gaming half keyboards. So it doesn't have nearly as many buttons as a normal keyboard. But still. So I'd probably use that. I did originally think about using that, but then I realized, hey, I have an entire whole ass keyboard I could use instead. Why not just use that? That's why I'm using it. And it's been working very well. Like, it was a bit annoying to, you know, set up the soundboards and the counter, which is also connected to the same software I used for the soundboards. But, I mean, even then, you know, it really wasn't that hard. It wasn't the most terrible thing I had to do in the world. It was just, it was a bit annoying because, you know, I don't know. No, I do not. Not shy. I think the main thing that was painful to make these overlays, other than like dealing with OBS, was Canva. Canva is what I use to make the images for my overlays, and it's just, you know, some things, you know, that makes it so hard is like my own stupidity. Like, there were features I thought weren't there that were there. It's just, you know, they don't tell you about it. It's something you kind of have to go a bit out of your way to find. But for the most part, it was just my own stupidity. And then there's some things that are just, god damn, why does it work like this? Like the snap feature. You know, for certain things, it doesn't snap properly. So it makes it look funky. And like the snap feature is the whole reason I use Canva. It doesn't do it properly sometimes. So it's just, man, you know, I'm really out of things to talk about when I'm talking about Canva. Not shiny. If there was one starter from at least Gen 1 that I think would be really fun to pick up and stuff, I think it'd be Bulbasaur. It's just so perfectly round and stuff. And he's already like a chubby dog or cat. I think a chubby cat would probably be a better comparison. You know, I think it'd be a lot more interesting to pick up a Bulbasaur. You know, because, like, yes, it might be, like, a bit slimy, or, like, you know, you won't have, like, very furry skin. But, I mean, neither would any of the other two Kanto starters. You have a fucking turtle and a salamander. You know, those aren't exactly, you know, soft and fuzzy. They may be soft, but they also be slimy. To be honest, it may only be, like, Squirtle who's slimy, because, you know, he's a water type. You know, it wouldn't be a big surprise if Bulbasaur was also a bit slimy. But, you know, I think the one who makes the most sense would probably be Squirtle. And the one who would make the least sense for them being slimy would be Charmander. He's literally got fire on his tail. You know, he's a fire type. It wouldn't make sense for a fire type to be all slimy. They're like made out of magma. Slugma. Wait, what button was it?
Can I get a...
Bruh. These nuts.
There we go. Slugma.
These nuts.
Ah!
Got him!
I put too much time into that joke. I'm sorry. Why would not dodge? Not shining. EX. Oh boy, I can't wait to get this shiny. That's more green purple, that's already green. I guess he's more of a teal, except for like the little bulb on his back. You know, I don't think he's the same kind of blue as Bulbasaur. I mean, not Bulbasaur, Squirtle, but he's certainly not like green, except for gold. He is in his, you know, not. He is for like his sprite art. You know, for like when you're just looking over your inventory, not like the actual pixel art itself. Which is weird, because like the sprite art looks like it's shiny to me. Which is like, really... Why does he look... One thing I've never really liked about the older games is the fact that the names for everything is in all caps. It doesn't have to be. You know, you see lower caps all over the place. But for some reason, the names of Pokemon and people are just caps. Which I guess makes it stand out better, but still. It's kind of annoying, because you can see that they have different colored text. So it is potentially possible that they could use different colored text to show, like, importance. Why not just X when we're talking about names as well? I don't know. That's just a weird nitpick. It's not like it ruins the game or anything. It's like, how dare they not use multiple different colors in a sentence? What the fuck? It's so fucking lame. I like how like the newer games answers the question of what happens to the third starter that doesn't get picked, but you know, it doesn't answer the question of the earlier games. You know, in the later games it normally gets picked by, you know, the professor or whatever, and you know, sometimes they'll use it in battle. But in like the older games, it's just sitting there in the ball. Like, for all we know, Professor Oak's gonna throw that fucking Squirtle in the dumpster. Or turn him into turtle soup. I wonder how good Pokemon would taste. You know, like, there's so many different Pokemon made out of so many different, like, meats and materials and such, that, you know, you gotta think, one or two of them's gotta taste, like, phenomenal. Like, there's gotta be at least a good few Pokemon are the Wagyu of Pokemon. You know, like, have y'all seen those videos of where like they chop up Pokemon and then turn them into food? You know, at first it's really disturbing because, you know, that's your childhood that's getting chopped up. But after you get past, you know, the initial trauma, it's pretty interesting. We got 160. Oh, wait, no. That's in the past. You should be at 170. I'm sorry. I forgot again. I also don't think I have, I'm pretty sure I don't have a nice soundboard. I mean, I have this.
No.
As y'all very much that might do. Now I'm getting 60 FPS with a Game Boy. Man, if only that mattered. It's just like, this shit's at like 15 frames per second. You know, 60 frames really doesn't matter. I don't know what other games I want to get with these emulators. You know, Pokemon's obviously not the only game that were on Game Boy, DS, and 3DS. But you know, it kind of just feels like the ones that get used the most on the emulators. That and maybe Mario. But I mean, even then, you know, you have emulators on the Switch that play older Mario games. You don't have that on... You don't have that for Pokemon. Which sucks. Because, you know, if I could, I would totally be playing these games on the Switch instead. I mean, not for streaming, because, you know, for streaming I really don't have much of a choice. But I mean, like, hell, I even have emulators on my phone for these games. I don't play it, because there's other, you know, games I'd rather be playing than those on my phone. Though, I do think I want to get more into, you know, the older Pokemon, especially with me doing the Tiny Only challenge. And there are tons of really good Pokemon games out there. You know, I was playing them on my laptop. On my older laptop. But, you know, there are plenty of good games out there. And they'd probably be really interesting to stream. You know, being able to see all this new stuff. A lot of it's pretty much as old as some of the other actual Pokemon games, still. I am kind of happy that they stopped doing the special events where, you know, you get like a ticker or something that leads you to like a special island. They've almost stopped them. They brought them back in BDSP. But the only reason I'm happy about that is the fact that instead of it being like a expansion or update or whatever, it's a limited time event. So for Pokemon like Shaman, Darkrai, and Arceus, who have a very limited amount of ways to get them, you know, it really sucks, especially if those are one of your favorite Pokemon. Reminds me, I still have to shiny hunt Darkrai and Arceus. Because I got Shaman. I got Shaman the second I was able to. Which, it took me a good chunk of time. I don't think I broke odds. Which, granted, of course, in that game, I don't even have the shiny charm. Because it doesn't do anything except for, like, increased Masuda method. Which, you know, is already a cracked out fucking shiny hunting strategy, so kind of useless. God damn. Oh, I don't want to get... I know a lot of people, quite a few other people didn't like it, but I liked the chibi style of it. I liked the chibi style of BDSP. You know, I do wish that, you know, the following Pokemon worked a lot better. Because, you know, they're tiny and they block your path. But still, you know, I think the chibi style of it could work very well. I think everything was... Even though, you know, the Pokemon weren't chibi, but, you know, there's a lot of Pokemon. Making a chibi for all of them would be painful, probably. Honestly, probably pretty painful. You know, with like modders and stuff, you know, they normally just focus on that one mod that would make the Pokemon chibi, and even then, a lot of the mods I've seen don't do it for every single Pokemon. They just do it for like select few, like Rayquaza, which, you know, would be a lot easier because they're not focusing on the entire rest of the game along with the cheap stuff. While for, you know, the people actually making the game, that would take a significantly longer time. Not saying it's not doable, it's very much doable. It's just, it would take a significantly longer amount of time because they have more to worry about than just, you know, making those models. I really hope I lose this battle. Get the shiny Pokemon. That'd be embarrassing. Get the shiny Bulbasaur and the first thing I do is fucking get wrecked. That sucked, dude. That would really suck. Which is possible, you know. It's not like it's the easiest thing, especially when you just got this Pokemon in a, you know, headbutt. Not a headbutt. God damn. Fine. No, I don't want to name. I don't want to name that. There we go. Just in case it was shiny. Got lucky once. I'm not gonna risk it again. You know my luck. Well, it wouldn't matter, but still. You know what my luck? I'm gonna not be paying attention. Name a Pokemon. Ah! And then it's gonna be shiny. I think probably the longest shiny hunt I've ever had was in Shining Pearl, you know, DDSP, and it was for Palkia. You know, the pink one. That took me, I think, 33 hours. 33 fucking hours for a slightly more pink dragon dude who, you know, got like gray potato wedges on his face. And you know I had an extreme reaction. Like, I squealed like a girl when I got it. Not like, you know, like a high school girl, but like a girl who smokes a lot. Oops. I don't know why I pressed B. I didn't have quite the same reaction to like getting the shiny Seamus, because one, it didn't take me as long, and two, it was like in the middle of the night. I was really fucking tired. I just didn't have the energy to react. But you know, it was a pretty nice moment to get that shiny shaman. You know, because it's like the only way to get a shiny shaman, because you sadly can't shiny hunt pretty much any of the legendaries in Arceus. They're all shiny hunt, which sucks. Because, you know, shiny hunting in Arceus, it came. I don't remember shiny Pokemon. I know I got quite a few shinies. I don't think I got any of the shiny starters, which might be something I do in my spare time when I don't feel like playing. Yeah. Which is probably going to take a while for me to, you know, not be in the mood to play Violet. You know, I don't feel the same connection to Violet as I did for Sword, which is the game I really had, Sword and Shield. But still, I think I'm going to be playing I'm gonna be playing Pokemon Violet for a while. Maybe not quite as much as Sword and Shield. Like I said, I don't have the same connection. Not to mention Shiny Hunting in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, as I said earlier, isn't exactly fun. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world, you know. Shiny Hunting is just boring in general, but you know, the fact that you have no real way of knowing if you truly got a shiny or passed by a shiny without paying, you know, extreme attention to every single Pokemon you see, this kind of takes it out for me. You know, I was happy to get my, you know, shiny Magikarp, but to be honest, I was just more scared about losing it, so I wasn't fighting. Plus, the outbreak method in Pokemon in Violet is, you know, fairly easy compared to certain other methods. Like, y'all remember the KO method from Sword and Shield? Remember how, you know how many years it took us to properly figure that one out? Fuck's sakes. Like, we had, like, hints. Like, we should have known at a much earlier rate that that is how the knockout method should have worked. But still. Not that, you know, it's an easy method either way. Because, you know, you have to hunt down the Pokemon, then you have to kill 500 of those, and then you have to, then after you kill those 500, you gotta, you know, go looking for these special brilliant. Oops. Hold up. I never really understood why there was a new game function, like older games. Because it doesn't replace the save file. You have to go through a bunch of extra stuff to delete the save file. But why have the new game thing? Like, you know, I get you want people playing. Well, people will want to play on the same game. But still, like, just at that rate, just make it so that way there's save files. With Switch is something that's kind of been remedied. Not that they've added multiple save files or something. But now you can just easily have multiple accounts on it. So you don't have to worry about that. This is actually how I got a lot of the legendaries from Sword and Shield, where I had the secondary profiles. Not shiny. God damn it. That is kind of one thing that is nice about the Switch games, is that you have to go through like kind of like a small process to close the game. So if you close the game, like if you go home on a shiny Pokemon, you can kind of just take that as a moment to pause and realize you got a shiny Pokemon. Where like as this, if I just instinctually go to reset the game and it's a shiny Pokemon, there's no coming back. It really isn't. Granted, it will be my own fault, but still. Before I choose, I want to check the options. Battle scene. Okay, I wanted to see if there was a way to turn off that little, like, basically anime reminder that you go through each time you reload the save. I guess not. God damn it. Oh. Choose. Yeah, alright. What's that? 200. Jesus. Damn. God damn it. What's Professor Oak doing all the way over there on the left? Like, I feel like he should be behind these Pokeballs watching what we take, instead of, you know, in the middle of the room like a creep. That just maybe not like a creep, but more like a lazy fucker. You know, he saw us come in, he was standing there in the center, and, you know, didn't move even though we moved. Nope. Email. Is this stuff? Yes. Yes. The little TM right next to the Pokemon name just stands out so much. Like, it does not fit at all. Damn it. Nope. Watching this video today, earlier, about this guy who was doing the same thing I'm doing. It was for a Gen 1 starter, just so, you know, I could see what people did, just to make sure I did it right. Like, I pretty much knew exactly what you were supposed to do, but I just wanted to make sure. So, you know, I wouldn't be here for 4 to, like, 50 hours trying to get a Pokemon that, you know, I can't get. But, like, the first Pokemon he got, it was a Squirtle. It was a shiny Squirtle. And he was, for some reason, talking about getting lips tattooed on his ass. I think, I can't remember if it was ass or asshole. I think it might have been a bit of both. It was just the weirdest thing. I was like, why are you talking about that? What? Why? You know, you couldn't see the chat either. Like, I'm pretty sure he was talking to someone in chat, but it's like, why are you bringing this up? This is just such a weird and random thing to bring up on stream that no one wants to know about. I don't want to know about your ass tag. Like, you want to get one, fine, but don't show it to me. Bring it up. Know about it. Not a sexy female. I don't care. Hell, even then, I really don't care. Unless I'm, like, dating you. You do not need to tell me about every tattoo located on your body. I don't know, I just felt like bringing that up to talk about. Yeah, that's why I brought it up. It was just something to talk about. A weird topic to choose to talk about, but I'll talk about now. Damn it. I was hoping random noises would hear it into being a shiny. That did not work. Oh god, there's no auto saves in this game. It just makes shiny hunting so much easier. Like, I understand why it's in the newer games, and I do think it should be, but, you know, it's just nice having to do one little thing, aka go into the settings and turn it off. Already, I mean, I guess it really wouldn't be that big a deal, because you already have to go into the settings to, you know, turn on fast text. Because, I mean, like, you're a weirdo if you find out about faster text and you don't use it. Like, I'm sorry, that's exactly what you are. You are a cretin. You are a freak, and you and I don't like you. You know, one very interesting, you know, shower thought is that there is no way we know if the colors we are thinking about or seeing, damn it, are the same that other people are thinking about and seeing. Like, what's blue for me could be fucking purple for you, and what's red for me could be fucking white for you. You know? So, very interesting thing to think about at night. I never thought Bulbasaur was a frog until, you know, later on in life. I always thought, like, he was a weird, like, chubby cat thing. Or just, like, just a random animal, you know? How Eevee's kind of just, you know, its own animal. You know, it's not really a fox, but it's also not really a cat. It's like a weird in-between. You know? It's, like, you could see it as its, like, own mammal creature. Like, that's what I thought Bulbasaur was. Like, it's not quite like a lizard thing, but also not quite like... It's not quite like a cat thing. So, like, maybe it's some new weird creature. But then, you know, I realized it was a frog, and that's something you can certainly see, specifically in, like, its later evolution. But still, it took me a while to figure out he's a frog. Damn it. My ran must be there. I think it's just the instincts of, you know, making sure I press B on the other one so I don't waste time. The voicing time. Oh, yeah. Love this song. Man, Professor Oak must really like his books organized in a very specific way because he has it on every single fucking bookshelf. Maybe Game Boy Advance games would have been better to play on a keyboard because, you know, it's not like I have much of an advantage other than, you know, just because I like it using controller. What's that noise? I was messing around with the trigger buttons just for shits and giggles, and it made a noise at me. I guess it doesn't like it when I do that. weird you can get Dioxys. Like Dioxys and absolutely nothing else. Because I thought Dioxys, and I actually I don't know if there's any other Gen in here. I know there's plenty of Gen 2 ones. I don't know if there's any Gen 3 ones. Oops, I was pressing the wrong button. Nope, not shining. Yes. And I'm fully expecting another Palkia. Another 3-hour-long shining run. 30-30. Like, I would prefer it, damn it. If it was under odds, you know, that'd be nice. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's possible. Nope. Of course, I don't always have the best luck like getting shiny starters. I think most of the other shiny starters I've ever gone for have always, you know, taken a good bit. Either just about average time to, you know, a pretty long damn time. I think the only one who doesn't fall, yeah, I'm pretty sure the only one who doesn't fall under that list is Sobble from Sword and Shield. Getting Sobble, you know, through breeding was extraordinarily easy for me. The multiple times I did it. I did it once, or, you know, just getting it the first time. I did it a second time because I was trying to get the hidden ability, but I didn't get it. But I ended up getting a shiny one extremely quickly into shiny hunting for it. But it wasn't the hidden ability, so I ended up giving the one. And then the third time I was going for it because I had accidentally deleted a save on my alternate account that had the shiny Sobble on it because I was doing some things. I needed some high-level Pokemon for it. And I ended up deleting it. For getting that shiny starter plus 2 more. I think maybe a few other shinies were on that account. So I ended up shiny hunting Sobble again. So, and I got it really quickly as well. So, like, I think that's 3 to 4, maybe a 4th shiny I got within, like, an extraordinarily quick amount. And that's only ever happened with Sobble. I think the only other one I've gotten really quickly, other than Slugma, which, like I said earlier, is my fastest shiny hunt ever, was a Starmie. Staryu, I forgot the exact name. It's the pre-evolution. Like the psychic starfish Pokemon. I got that really quickly. I think it was under 300 encounters. And like the first part of my hunt, you know, I went through a good chunk of them. And then when I came back to hunting it, you know, finish it, like a day or two, maybe a week later, the first Staryu I encountered was shiny. So that was a very nice hunt. I think probably one of my least favorite shiny hunts was probably a Sharpedo, because, you know, I was able to just sit there and wait for them to come to me. You know, I could literally just AFK it. the issue was it took a very long time. Even then, didn't have to move or do nothing. It just still took thousands of attempts, which sucked. This is something like I was even doing anything stimulating. Like with this, I gotta press buttons, you know, so it's a bit easier to, you know, pay attention to. But with, you know, the Sharpedo thing, I literally just sat there. There was no stimulation. I just sat there and watched TV. Like when I noticed that there was an encounter, you know, I dealt with it. I'll press that and hope that didn't. I don't think I pressed the mic. I don't think we're good. Yeah. Oh, I did not. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. I don't know who Bobby is. Man, those things in like the top game. Like the little orange things in the top semi left. Those are supposed to be the Pokédex. Massive. They're about as big as me. What the fuck? I just noticed how big those things are. That's what she said. Damn it. Shiny? Not shiny. That one had 20 health. I noticed some of them. I wasn't really paying attention. I just realized that one had 20. I remember one earlier. I don't know why I brought that up. I think probably what I'll do is at the end of stream, I'll probably just go check the Charmander to see if it's shiny just for shits and giggles. And if it is, I guess I'm continuing onward with with the shiny Charmander. Also, I don't know when you'd be able to get the rest of the starters. Like, I know in most other games you don't get the rest of the starters for that game until, like, post-game. You know, it's like that in Arceus. I don't remember if it was like that in Sword and Shield. I'm pretty sure I just traded them. But, you know, I know that's a pretty common thing, that starters are kind of neat game. not shiny. I gotta log on to Guild daily. I'm trying to, you know, stay much more on track on Guild Wars, you know, especially with the new Pokemon game coming out. I've had more priority. Especially with streaming, I've been a bit harder to, you know, just play random games. But, you know, it's understandable. It isn't like a surprise or anything. It's 20. Still not sure. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a game I've been trying to get into on and off several years. But now that I have an actual proper gaming PC, you know, it's something I can actually really get into. Again, hope. Now, a little bit ago, I got like an old hand-me-down laptop that could run Guild Wars, so I played on that. I didn't run it well, but it ran it. I ended up starting over completely, you know, deleting my characters. You know, I kept all the stuff like I had in my bank and whatnot. I didn't want to completely start over. I just wanted to re-experience a good chunk of it. So, you know, I got comfortable with where I was in the game again. Of course, it didn't last very long. I used a bunch of items to end up leveling all my new dudes back up. But still, so I want to try to continue with that. Because before when I played, I wasn't really in control of what I did, at least not fully. But now I can do whatever I want in whatever process I want in whatever order I want. So, and plus, you know, I'm significantly have a lot more wisdom and knowledge of what I'm doing and what I should do. Wasn't shiny, right? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. And not shiny. Yes. Who's Mr. Oak's wife in the Professor Oak's? I mean, he has a grandson. That means a full-fledged family. So who's his wife? Is she dead? No, is it like the reverse for him, where like in the picture of the protagonist, the father's just gone in pretty much every single case, and the mother's still there? While in his case, he's there, but where are a lot of the dads series? Well, that's a very common question, but I mean, I can only really think of like maybe one case where, you know, the father is explained, and that's in the third games where, you know, the father is the gym leaders. You know, is the divorce rate in Pokemon like just really high? That's why there's so many single mothers with, you know, children who they're raising on their own. Because if so, that's just really depressing. because you know the father lives and works in a completely different town in third game, Ruby and Sapphire, while you know the kid and his mother just recently moved. In fact, that's the case in a lot of games, is that they just move. You know, it's the case in the newest games, it's the case in Sun and Moon, it's the case in Horos and Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald. Oh, it's something, God damn it. It's something that gets repeated a lot throughout the games. Well, not in every game, but it's happened more than once to be just a coincidence. Like, there's gotta be a reason for it. You think it's because a bunch of the women are furry, so they end up screwing the Pokemon they have? You know, with Pokemon being such a massive part of the world in Pokemon, bigger than animals are in our world, you gotta assume a lot more people are furry. So, do you think that a lot of men have been made single because their significant other screwing time? Very interesting food for thought. Like, Dad, why are you leaving? I thought your mother fucking the Pikachu, son. It was using Iron Tail and everything. Maybe that's why, you know, all the kids leave when they're, because it's just too uncomfortable to stay at home. Either because of parental issues with the mother and father, or because they're tired of hearing their mother getting, you know, dipped down by some random Pokemon they own. And you gotta imagine, it's gotta be significantly worse with Pokemon. Woman. Because, you know, the entire time, Pokemon are just screaming their own name. So, yeah, it's not a pretty image. So maybe that's why, you know, they're gone by 10, because they just don't want to stay home. Yeah, I mean, in that case, can you blame them? I wouldn't want to stay home if I was hearing that nasty shit every night. Not a female. Other not shy. Like, I feel like it would be, I feel like even though it's a child's game, I feel like it's a very traumatizing place to live as a kid. You know, I'm sure, you know, as it's become, you know, more accepted by society and stuff, it's, you know, not quite as traumatizing, because, you know, it's the norm. Well, maybe not quite less traumatizing. It's become the norm. Not quite as talked about. Still, like, you gotta imagine a lot of the shit and you've seen it on more. Really got it. Like, especially with some of the lore. Like, if you see an Absol, you know shit's about to get fucked up. They are like a omen of natural disaster. So you see an Absol, then you gotta get the hell out of Dodge. You know how scary that is, that you live in this tiny, peaceful town that has ever been assaulted by nature or people or Pokemon. It's the safest place in the world. And then suddenly that morning you see an Absol. You know how terrifying that it's gotta be, especially in like a town like this where there's like, what, 5 people? Maybe 6 or 7? It's like, what? No. That would be horrific. Like, you know, it's bad enough dealing with it in the real world where you got, you know, all these different places you could easily go with tons of people who could easily support you. But I mean, one bad storm and the entire town's dead. And there's towns like this all over. And especially with like some of the powerful ass Pokemon that are out there. One trainer brings like one bad Pokemon, everything just instantaneously burns to the ground. You know, you see a trainer with a Wailord and suddenly your house has just been crushed. Or like with Slugma and its evolution, the entire town just instantaneously catches on fire because those fuckers are apparently as hot as the fucking sun. Not to mention if the game was like, you know, scientifically accurate, but still, if the game was like scientifically accurate, everything would just be completely gone, just completely fucking nuked. Because you know how much energy and resources process like evolution that happens that quickly would take? Absurd amounts. I remember watching a video about it a few weeks ago about how, you know, all the resources required to, you know, power something like that and to enable it to happen would be absurd, especially if it's like going from a small Pokemon to a massive Pokemon. You know, that shit's the equivalent of a tiny nuclear bomb. If you're in like just a few miles of a Pokemon, you're dead when it evolves. Now that might depend case on case, but still, like you couldn't live in a world with actual Pokemon. Like, I mean, like granted, let's be honest, all of them are magic. There's no science, 95%. But still, like, if it was science-based, and the evolutions required what they would require in the real world to happen, all of humanity would be gone. All of everything would be gone. Even the Pokemon, they'd kill each other. Intentionally or not, they'd fucking murder the shit out of each other. And us. And, like, every single life form on Earth. We just become like a barren planet that could have been great. But luckily, they're not real. There's so much creepy ass lore to Pokemon. It's absurd! Like, this is a child's game, and you have like cutesy little balloons that kidnap children. How terrifying that is. There are Pokemon who, if they lick you, will permanently scar you for life. I think Lickitung's Lickitung's saliva, if it gets on you and it isn't immediately washed off, can cause some pretty fucked up shit to happen. I don't remember the exact causes, but it was messed up. It was bad. Like, you don't want to be licked by Lickitung. And I think the Haunters, if they lick you, you're dead. You just die instantly. They consume your soul. Like, there's some fucked up shit that happened in the world of Pokemon. Like, the panda Pokemon, the giant pink one. People are so scared to catch one of those and make it their own Pokemon because they have a history of crushing their trainers to death via hugging. Meaning that if your little fucking panda puncher suddenly decides, you know what, red panda, suddenly decides, you know what, I love my trainer a lot, I'm gonna give him a hug. You're fucked. You're dead and you are fucked. Like, now of course there's obviously plenty of like cutesy sweet stuff. Like, I saw this one Reddit post of how like this guy, when he was younger, he read that in the Pokédex, Lapras, due to like hunting and poaching, were extraordinarily rare and like near extinction. So he bred a bunch of Lapras and released them into the wild. And you know, everyone obviously found that cute, sweet. But then just a little bit later, in one of the future games Pokédex, right after that post came out, the Pokédex said that Lapras are now much more common because of the breeding efforts of certain people. You know, something like that's just amazing. But then you have, you know, the balloon kidnapping fat kids off the playground. That's fucking concerning. Oh, little Timmy's having so much fun on the swing. He said, "No, little Timmy! Father, help!" It's just that meme all over him. That's my boy! No, my boy! Father, help! Like, having like an actual Pokemon would be cool. I'll be honest, like, I'd love to have an actual Pokemon. I think one of my favorite videos and kind of like things to think about is what Pokemon would you bring in a zombie virus? Like, zombie apocalypse happened, you have only 6 Pokemon available, you're the only one in the world to have these 6 Pokemon, but there's still a zombie apocalypse happening and everyone's dead except for like bandits, rapists, and scavengers. You know, the bad people are still alive. And like a few good people, but still. Mostly bad people, and very much many zombies. But of course your Pokemon are still, you know, immune to the zombie virus, but you're not, obviously. So what Pokemon would you bring to a zombie apocalypse, actually? You're not allowed to bring like the super OP Pokemon such as like, you know, legendaries or mythical. But you can bring everything else is on the table. Who would you bring? I would bring a Blastoise, because, you know, infinite water, it's got a shell, it can swim, and it's got really good protection because of its shell. So it can defend you very easily, and from a range because of its cannons. I would go with the Pokemon with like the bananas on its neck that flies, because, well, 1, that's a flying Pokemon, and 2, that's infinite food. Because if I remember right, those bananas on its chin are harvestable, and you can eat those, and it'd be perfectly fine with it. And another really interesting one I've heard of is Steelix, which I don't know if I'd go with that one. The other 2 I would go for sure, but I don't know about the Steelix. The idea behind Steelix is that it could make this barrier around your camp so zombies couldn't get through. The issue is, you know, what if, you know, the zombies know how to climb? Well, then it's kind of useless. And not to mention, it's not like a consistent shape all around. It gets bigger and smaller depending on what direction you go on its body. But I do think that, if I remember right, Steelix, or at least the Steelix line, is really good at making caves. So you could have a cave base. And anyone who knows me and knows like how I play Minecraft, you know I love myself a cave base. A cave base would be fucking dope. So maybe the Steelix would be good, because, you know, it is still a really good defensive type Pokemon, because it's massive and it's made out of literal steel, you know? So that'd be a perfect defense Pokemon, and it would make at least a good wall. I don't know, like a wall that completely encompasses a camp, but a good wall nonetheless. Plus, with it being so massive, it could help you get up to higher heights. And of course, you know, it's steel, so it's going to be hard to damage. You have to worry about it. Like, obviously, you're going to form a bond with these Pokemon. They're helping you survive, and vice versa. But still, it wouldn't, you know, be like a big worry. You know, some of the other Pokemon, you know, they're fleshy and stuff, so you still gotta worry about them getting bites and stuff. But yeah, man, I've talked myself into it. I would want a Steelix, because it'd be good for defense, it'd be good for getting me up to high places, not that it would be necessarily needed for some of the other Pokemon I'd have on my team. And it'd be a very good defensive wall for your base. The second Pokemon, not the second, the third Pokemon the fourth Pokemon I'd bring would be Charizard. I know. You know, it feels kind of, you know, cheap. You know, it's Charizard. It's second or third most popular Pokemon in the entire franchise. But hear me out. I'm not the only one to make this point. It can fly and is basically a living flamethrower. What's the #1 best way to deal with large groups of zombies? Using a flamethrower. What's the #1 way to avoid zombies? Flying over them. What happens when you combine the two? One hell of a good clearing method. Let's be honest. So, fuck yeah, I definitely have a Charizard. It'd be able to deal with them so easy. Without, you know, ever being even touched. I think the fifth one I'd probably bring would be Lucario. Because once again, a very good fighter. Very loyal fighter as well. So it would be definitely, you know, ecstatic to protect the shit out of it. And another thing, it can sense the aura of other things. So it could be very good for if at the very least. Nice, it's on 69. I remembered this time. At the very least, if it can't sense like the aura of zombies, it could sense the aura of other survivors or maybe even other animals, which could be extraordinarily useful. So it'd be really good for exploring with you in like abandoned cities and shit. And then the sixth one's kind of a toss-up. You know, I would want a Pokemon that's kind of like, you know, like entertainment. Shut the fuck up. Because, you know, keeping your mental morale up is a very important thing. Your mental health can be your #1 killer in a pocket. It can be. Hell, it can be one of the #1 killers in life. Let's be honest. You know. So, I'd want something that can entertain you. Thing is, you could find plenty of things to entertain you and keep your mind healthy without a Pokemon. And you'd also want someone, you know, who's really good with defenses and stuff. Like, you have a Steelix, but it has to use its body for that. It has to stay behind for that. Damn it. So, you know, you couldn't exactly just use that all the time because, you know, obviously you want to keep your Steelix with you. So it'd probably be more of a Pokemon that you use in, you know, extreme cases, but mostly used just to defend your base. But then there's a Pokemon that fits both of those roles. It may be creepy, so maybe not the entertaining side as much, but still, it fits those roles perfectly. And that is Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime is no mime, so he can be entertaining. He has the potential, and he has great psychic powers. You know? He's like a mime, but you know, you can actually make invisible shit. He can make invisible walls, invisible boxes, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So he'd be perfect for, you know, cutting off like a group of raiders or a big group of zombies to make sure you can get away. And he doesn't have to stay there to do it. You know, he can just set up a wall and run away with you. I don't know what the limits on the wall would be. Like, I don't know if he has to be a certain distance there or what, but still, you know, he would be phenomenal for a zombie apocalypse because of both the entertainment factor and those would be at least one of the groups of 6 I would have for a zombie apocalypse. I feel like they would do very well. I'm sure there's other Pokemon you could bring to replace them. Do perfectly fine, especially with all the new Pokemon that were added in the newest game. But still, I think those will probably be some of the better ones. In my opinion, not like a zombie apocalypse expert or anything. Of course, I don't know Pokemon as well as some other people. think what other Pokemon. I think I probably have to have like a list of Pokemon that just to like, you know, figure out who I would bring. I definitely want a Pokemon that can help defend, help get me food, and help get me water. Because I feel like those are going to be the two things you gotta worry about the most, especially like water. Because you know, that stuff's going to be polluted, most likely. Especially with people like gathering around it to try and, you know, continue living. I still think that the Bulbasaur, the Blastoise is probably your best option. Because not only can it produce infinite water, not only is it really good for, you know, surfing around in the sea, not only is it a pretty good defensive Pokemon, but also its canyons are so powerful that I'm pretty sure they could like cut through a wall of rocks and shit. And also if you have access to Mega Stones, he becomes even a better option because he has even better canyons. So he'd be even more powerful at that, and I'm pretty sure he becomes even more of a defensive beast. So, pretty good option. With Charizard, you know, yes, he becomes more powerful with Megas, but, you know, I don't know if, you know, it'd be kind of like the same level at a Blastoise. You know, he kind of just gets, you know, better wings and better fire, which, you know, is kind of, you know, the primary reason you have him. But, I mean, still. I think if you could only choose one Mega Stone for your entire team, only one Mega Evolution, I'd probably still go with Blastoise. And I'm sorry to say, I wouldn't bring Bulbasaur. You know, Bulbasaur, he's slow, he's chunky, and like, he doesn't really produce any food, at least not to my knowledge. You know, like, I'm pretty sure all plants can produce food, but not to the same level as, like, other plant types, grass types, whatever. And, you know, he's not, like, a great swimmer like Bulbasaur. I mean, Blastoise. You know, he can't fly or take care of hordes of zombies quite to the same level as Charizard. You know, as much as I love the little frog dude, he doesn't provide nearly as much as the other two. You know, I'm sure he'd still be pretty good for taking out zombos, but not to the same level as Charizard, and maybe not even Blastoise, to be honest. Because at least, oh yeah, he does know some ranged moves, but you know, it's not like a standard part of it. It is like with Charizard and Blastoise. So like, he'd have to still probably get fairly close to do stuff, and you know, he's not complete plant like some other plant. I'm pretty sure he's got some flesh on him. At least a little bit. Probably not a little bit. Probably his entire body is plant. It's not a plant. It's probably animal. At least I think. You know, he might be completely plant. And I think plant types would have an advantage if they were completely plant in a zombie apocalypse. They're plants. You know? They're made out of plants. So, you know, zombies aren't going to eat them. They're plants. Zombies don't like plants. They like meat. And Bulbasaur, even though he's a grass type, he's only like maybe half plant. And that's being generous. So I think if you're going to choose at least one starter, Bulbasaur or Charizard. My opinion, probably Bulbasaur, because, you know, there are other flying types, plenty of good flying types that you could use. Hell, the I think his name Stropius? The Banana Chin dude. He's a flying type. He can fly. know, he's not as good defensively or offensively, but he produces food and he flies. Trying to think of other fire type flyers that, you know, definitely do well. I know there's at least one other, I think it's a Gen 6 Pokemon. Not very good with names, so I don't remember the name of it, but there's a Gen 6 Pokemon, I think it's Gen 6, that's a fire flying type, and you know, it could be very good for taking out zombies, because there's a chance it can, you know, shoot flames out like Charizard, but you can't actually ride it. I'm pretty sure it's not that big compared to other certain flying types. Which is one of the big things, you know, the big advantage of a Charizard, that can fly on him as he's, you know, burning shit up. I think the Kanto ones are probably some of the best for a zombie. Like, Charmander and Charizard and Blastoise are probably the best ones for zombie apocalypse that I can think off the. Because I don't think there's quite as many rideable Pokemon compared to the Kanto starters when it comes to starters. Like there's plenty of them that are big enough to ride, but not to the same extent as a Blastoise or a Charizard. Trying to, I really can't think of. You know, a good chunk of them are, you know, fighting fly. The fire types are fighting fire type, so they might be good in a fight, but they don't have the same aerial advantages as a Charizard. Trying to wait to see if I let me go. No, I didn't. But yeah, that'd be my team for the zombie apocalypse. I'm trying to think, who would I replace one of my starters with? Because, you know, there's Lapras. Lapras is kind of similar to Blastoise, but Blastoise much more offensive capabilities, I think, and is much more mobile on hand. At least a little bit more mobile. And plus, a Blastoise can hide into his shell if needs be, so you wouldn't have to worry about, you know, him getting attacked, because he'll be protected in his shell. While with like Lapras, you know, I don't think Laprise. Would that be the right word? Damn it. Well, I don't think Laprases would be able to go into their shell. I don't think. Whalmer, I feel like a Whalmer 1 wouldn't do too well on land either. But also, I feel like Whalmer just wouldn't be a good choice because he's so mad. I'm trying to think of Pokemon that would be good to have like as a mobile bit. I feel like there might be a Pokemon who's not like legendary or anything. He might be really good for like a type base. But nothing's coming. just forgot the reset. Damn it. Cleared my notifications for 5 times now. Even them. Some of them are the exact same ones. Like, what the fuck? I already know this information. I don't need to know anymore. Already told me this 6 times. Female with no shine. I don't know about other people, but you know, the zombie apocalypse idea sounds way more fun to me than it should. Like, it really does. That might be concerning. But I don't know, just the idea of kind of just having to, you know, live through that, and, you know, surviving on your own. I'd probably die. I'd probably die very quickly. But you know, still, you know, being like one of the last survivors, being so badass you lived through the zombie apocalypse. You know, it'd be traumatic, that part, for obvious. But you know, I don't know, something kind of just seems neat. Like, something's neat about it. I don't know what. Something's neat. There is a game out there, it's a fan game, that kind of explores the idea of a zombie apocalypse in Pokemon. It's years old, I don't remember last time I heard or watched anything about it. It's a pretty interesting. Now, there's some Pokemon games out there where it's like, I don't know how I feel about this. You know, when it comes to like bringing up adult themes. Because, you know, it's very much a kid's game, and, you know, you're pretty much a kid in the game. So, having, you know, people come up to you, you know, like, hey, you want fuck? It's just, no, I'm pretty sure I'm probably It's like secret adult jokes that only adults would get. That's fine, you see that shit all the time. But, like, actual adult material and content, Pokemon game, I don't know. This is one game, it was in, like, a city, it very much had adult themes. You know, it didn't look too bad, it just, certain aspects of it were just... Like, you had just... this massive city you had to keep going back and forth. Like, I get, like, there's a lot of, you know, going back and forth and at least done well. Like, not like immediate. And not every path is covered by random people who want to. Like, yeah, there are a lot of fucking trainers in Pokemon games. Notorious for that. Alright, downstairs. They're notorious for the amount of trainers that there are, but, you know, a good chunk of them you can avoid. And, you know, it's not trainer after trainer after trainer after trainer, all in one tiny area. Like, yeah, there's plenty of trainers, like, one after another. But it's not all just all on top of each other, you know. There's at least a little bit of distance between each group of trainers. In that game, it felt like I was getting attacked left, right, and fucking center. Like, I did play this a few months ago, so maybe my memory's a bit foggy. You know, it had a decent, interesting start, but quickly kind of just downhill. For me, you know, I could see other people liking it. For me, nah. Is it female? Just touch me. Dang. That's 300. Yay. Less than 15 minutes left stream, so see if we get lucky in those 50 minutes. Don't get me wrong about, you know, the whole adult things thing with Pokemon fan games. There's plenty of fan games that don't do that are really good. One I was playing was Infinity. It was pretty good. I liked it a lot. It's pretty interesting. Especially with how creative people can be with the fake mon stuff and fake evolution mons. It was very interesting to see the potential of future installment of Pokemon. I like watching a lot of Pokemon stuff, you know, being an artist, very fun watching other artists go through their fun. Even though to be honest, like when it's not something you're really into, watching art can either be very fascinating or confusing or very boring and confusing. Because you have no idea what's happening. A lot of people don't really realize what happens behind the scenes when making art, specifically with like digital art. There's a lot that can go into like making a digital. I feel like the very slow, monotonous process behind it be very boring for people, understandably. You know. I was pressing controllers on my button expecting something to happen. I was like, why is the thing happening? What the fuck? Boba. I like Boba. Like the drink, not I like the Pokemon, but like the drink with like the full tapioca pearl. I like Boba a lot. Very tasty. As a female, but it's not shiny. I normally get like the matcha bubble tea. That's what I get. Or just matcha boba. You know what you want. Tried to make it at home before, but you know, not as easy as you. Especially if you get like those like packaged boba, you know, they don't always turn out very good. They just don't. I do kind of wish that I could take the Pokemon that I earned from this. I do plan on earning them legit. Now I could take them, put them in my other games, like my real games. But you know, understandably, I'm not allowed to. I just wish it was older to get access to like some of the older generation games they provided. They've been so good. You know, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on all the different stuff you would need. Especially with how like expensive Pokemon can be, because it's so classic and so nostalgic. No one's selling that stuff for cheap. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people who aren't easy to find. Not to mention, like, if I wanted to record it, God knows what kind of gear I would need for that and how annoying that would be. Also, who knows how shit that quality would be. Like with a Switch, you know, it's a lot more modern compared to the older console. You know, like, female. So, you know, getting gear for that, as it's in it was made in a time where stuff was much more popular. Well, obviously, it would be much for that. But with like something like even the 3DS, so it's not exactly the easiest thing. Primarily just because, you know, the older consoles we're talking about, you know, they're primarily portable. They're not supposed to be connected up to like a TV or monitor. Yep. While with like a Switch or the hell even like the Wii, those are very much be connected to a TV. So it's much easier to record on them. Damn it. What kind of wings do y'all like? Like not only when it comes to like flavor, but like when it comes to a specific type of wing. No, I'm kind of a fan of like boneless wings just because you don't have to deal with the bone. But I'll be honest, they are just glorified chicken nuggets. They're good glorified chicken nuggets, but at the end of the day, they're glorified chicken nuggets. But when it comes to like bone wings, I prefer the drum. I don't like the flat. Flats are just annoying to deal with. Like with the drum, you just start chewing. You're chewing on that bone. But with drums, you got, flats, you gotta do all this different stuff to get, you know, in between the bone. You know. I like just, that's why I like the boneless wing. Hassle. If I want to eat my boneless wing, I don't have to worry about no bone. You know? Yeah, call me a pansy all you want, but I'm here for the meat. You know? Like every other game, man. Okay, that's it. But you know what you get what I'm trying to get at. You know? Right, to get straight to what I'm there for. That's eat. fried chicken. Or air fried chicken. I'm there for chicken. I'm there for crispy sauced chicken. Also, okay, well, it's going to be named Didn't mean to do that. Swear to God, this. Okay, good. I'm sorry, but you're going into the void. Another food topic. What do you like to eat with your pizza? Like, do you like to eat? I mean, how do you like to eat your pizza? Do you like to eat it with the crust or without? Me, it depends on where I'm getting it and what kind of pizza. If I'm getting Domino's, fuck yeah, I'm eating that crust all the way. Got that garlic butter on that crust, and it makes it worth eating. With something like Papa John's, where they don't even have good sauce to go with your pizza, like the little garlic things, you know? That's, no, I'm not eating that. I'll eat the rest of the pizza, obviously, but the crust... You know, like, even Domino's comes with good dipping sauce. Domino's is my favorite pizza place. Like, fast food chain pizza place. When it comes to, like, white fast food chains, it'd have to be... And I eat glazed crust, not because, like, you know, it's like Domino's crust where it's got like, butter and stuff, but because it's so thin and quick to get through. It's like, well, why not? You know, I'm not going to be sitting here for an hour chewing on it. It's not like it's, you know, god awful. Nice and crispy too, so it's not like doughy and shit. Blaze, for those who don't know, it's a pizza place where you can. It's basically Subway for pizzas. And it's very, very good. I very much like myself. Good one, days, guys. We're still super low in the. Food taste. Pizza now. I've talked about. I always get spinach on my pizza. I get like if I'm getting like a glazed one, or I can't get like a buffalo chicken. Even then, I might not go. Might just go for like one with like white sauce, spinach, mushrooms, and sausage. Maybe a few other things to pick. Might throw green olive, you know, for that salt. I think the only thing I'd put on barbecue chicken, barbecue chicken. That's not a buffalo chicken pizza would be like either a ranch for like dipping, or like bacon bits. I think bacon bits go very well with the buffalo pizza. I don't know how I feel about like stuffed crust. Like, you know, it's very dependent on like the stuffed crust you're getting. Like some places they do it well, some don't. So, you know, normally I won't get stuffed crust, mostly just because, you know, I don't. But you know, occasionally, I like it. Kind of just like as a little treat on top of, you know, eating extraordinarily unhealthy pizza. I also don't like soda. I don't like soda. I don't like anything except for like teas. I've never been a big fan. That's a female. Not trying to. Damn it. I've never been a fan of coffee or anything like that. It's just never been my thing. For soda, it's mostly always been the carbonation. Carbonation is something. Right, well, it's named okay. Paying attention. I was looking at the time. Let's hope this isn't. Yeah, I keep looking at the phone where I have to screen and just see how far back it is. I'm kind of just in focus mode. Get as many encounters in. Good. Come on, Blue. Ass. Hurry up, ass. Green. Good. When you think about it, the fact that they added Shiny Hunt, I'm pretty sure it was in Gem, like the very first game. The fact that they added that as a thing is so weird. Like, who thought? Like, they were right. They were 100% right, but who thought Shiny Hunting would be, you know, this massive thing that everyone would do? You know, it might have taken a little bit for it to become, you know, a bit more popular, but, you know, it's something they stuck to. The fact that they came out with it, period, it's just, it's so random. So, like, maybe they do, like, yeah, people love collecting, that's the whole reason they're in this game, so maybe if we give them more rare stuff like that, you know, they'll love it even more, which, you know, they were right about. But that's like a million IQ idea. Like, I don't think I really would have thought about it. It's just so fucking weird. Yeah. I'll get it one day, guys. Bro, I hope I don't break my A button on my controller. It was not cheap. I mean, A so much. Ah, dicks. That one was shiny. I'll be honest, I almost pressed the reset button again. I'm just trying to make sure we reach 4. At least reach that with 3 blows. Children. Baby. Very expensive baby. The expensive bag. Imagine if like controllers costed. That'd be fucked. I don't mean just like when it was born. I mean the amount of money you spent on that child for the entire time it was alive. People shouldn't be, you know, eating their controllers poorly, that's for fucking sure. Definitely think twice before, you know, throwing it against a wall out of anger. I don't think I've ever, you know, thrown something out of... Actually, no, I have. Never mind. I was trying to make a point, but the point could not be made. Get it when they shoot. Where is it? God damn, another notification from Instagram. Fuck's sakes. Y'all can tell very popular female, but not DX. Actually, female. Giant. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not used to these longer hunts. Normally it doesn't take me all that long. And this isn't like overly long. I've had plenty of hunts that are ridiculously longer than this. Still, I'm not used to, you know, go basically full odds with 8,001. Good, smacked it again, I'm sorry. Baby. Hello, second person. Thank you for coming to the stream. To your friend or someone lurking, I appreciate you being here. Welcome to me speedrunning, trying to get as many encounters as I can before stream ends. And if you weren't here when... Yes, I have been doing this the entire time. Don't you judge me. This is shiny hunting, okay? This is not moving from the same spot for 6 hours while pressing the same 3 buttons for also another 3 hours. 4 at this rate, but still. I have seen this screen so many times I can memorize the pixels. Okay? This is shiny hunting. Well, I'm assuming is elf. This is old gen shiny hunting. Not that fancy new stuff y'all got today in like arcade shit. Damn it. But I mean, it's not that difficult. I'm on a emulator, so a lot of the buttons I have set to macros. So I don't have to go into any program or anything to something. I just press button, counter goes up. Press another button, counter goes down. Press another button, counter's reset. I don't have to go in a program for the timer though. I couldn't find anything. Look! Also just have to... it's fine. Sucks that you had bonus visits though. I know you hate those things. I've gotten so good. No, it wouldn't have, okay? Because Squirtle is not as cool as Bulbasaur. So, in fact, it probably would have taken twice as long. Okay? And not to mention, this isn't long. Okay, the odds in this game is 1 out of 1. Damn it. You distracted me. Thanks. The odds in this game is 1 out of 8,194. Significantly higher odds. Like, literally double the odds of any current gen game. And and there is no way to increase those odds in this game. This game specifically. I don't know about the other ones. So, yeah. Under 400, if I get it like under 400, that is amazing. That is extraordinarily below. And there's no Masuda method either. That shit doesn't come in. Oops, sorry. That shit don't come in until like Gen 4. It technically is the next generation, but this is a remake of an old game, so. We are here for the masculinism. We're here to be sadists and enjoy the pain that has been delivered onto not only ourselves but others. Might go a little over. I'm just at 14. Hey, you know what, Elf? You know what? Fine. Fine. I will do two additional encounters. One with a Squirtle, one with a Charmander. I was originally going to do one additional one for Charmander, just to say fuck it. But just because you're here, I'll make you happy and do one extra Squirtle at the end. Yeah, Elf, who would you choose for Pokemon to bring into a zombie apocalypse? You're the only one who has Pokemon, and they can't be affected, but it's a zombie apocalypse. Of course you would. You know, there are some certain people out there who would also bring Vaporeon for very specific reasons, Elf. Are you, are you sure? Well, I mean, yeah, but so can several other Pokemon. Like, what does Vaporeon bring? Not to mention, let's be honest, you can't exactly ride Vaporeon. Like, this is the real world. You can't exactly ride the weird... You sickling. That's a new one. Yeah, I know it's not your reasons, but I figured I'd ruin it for you. Oh, 369. No, no, got changed. Yeah, well, you gotta bring more than just one out, and you can't bring 6 Vaporeon either. You gotta have variety. You can't choose a legendary. That's cheating. The fucker's too powerful. For me, it would be Blastoise, Charizard, the dude with the bananas on his chin, fuck, I'm blanking on, not shiny. Lucario, there we go, Lucario, and Steelix. No, and Mr. Mime. Oh, what are you going to do with every evolution? Who's going to provide you food, Elf? Which one of those is going to provide you food? You going to eat your plant Eevee, huh? Who's going to defend you? You going to eat your black Eevee? I mean, who's going to use your black Eevee as a human Pokemon Shield thing? Huh? Huh, punk? But yeah, so Blastoise would be for surfing. I mean, let's be honest, Blastoise, he's fucking massive. I've already had this conversation, but he's fucking massive. He'd be perfect for surfing on throughout, you know, rivers and oceans, and he'd provide infinite water. And I have infinite water, and his canyons can take care of stuff from a distance. They're very powerful. Charizard I'd bring because he'd be the perfect mon for clearing out an entire horde of zombies. He's essentially a living flamethrower, and he can fly, and he's big enough to carry you. So you could not only scout shit, but you could take out zombies that may be a threat. Damn it. With I think his name's Tropius, the banana chin dude. I mean, you can harvest the bananas off his chin. So that's basically free food. With Lucario, he can sense the auras of other humans and stuff. So even if he can't like sense the auras of zombies and shit, he can sense the auras of other animal humans, which can be extraordinarily useful. And he's an extraordinarily great fighter. That's a female, but not shiny. So he'd be a great scout Pokemon for like exploring buildings and shit. Then Steelix, if I remember correctly, is really good for building caves, stuff, and tunnels, and etc. etc. So he could be really fucking good for, you know, like building a cave base. And seeing how he's made out of steel, he'd make a perfect defensive wall for protecting your base. Because there's not a single thing you can do against a fucking Steelix. It's a giant metal snake. And then Mr. Mime is there for two reasons. One, entertainment. He's a mime. He can entertain me. Two, he also has the ability to put up invisible walls. So we have Steelix for defense, but it's close range defense. It'd probably be best just to defend the base. While Mr. Mime, he's long range defense. Not shiny though. So you could bring him with you, like cases of like you need to, you know, stop shit right then and there, and he could just put up a wall, and he doesn't have to be there for the wall to stay up. I don't know what the restrictions are on the wall, but he can give you a chance to escape if you can't use your other Pokemon. And once again, the entertainment thing. I have thought through this way too much, Al. Leafeon can use Razor Leaf so I can make a salad. Flareon can use the light and keep me warm. Vaporeon I can have water. Espeon can use people and Umbreon can cook food. Umbreon can go hunting. But there are Pokemon who can do all of that and better. Or why is Jolteon cooking food? Why is Flareon not cooking food? Also, you really want to eat a Razor Leaf or a salad? You need a lot more than that. Also, it's a Razor Leaf. It's in the name. That sounds painful. That sounds very painful, actually, now that I think about it. And one issue with, like, bringing only Eevees is, like, they're not very mobile. Like, yeah, maybe Espeon. Okay, Glaceon's a good point, but once again, other Pokemon can do that. And if you have a Pokemon who you can, like, basically surf on, you know, like riding surfing, like a Blastoise, or you have a flying Pokemon like Tropius, or a Charizard, then, well, yeah, but it's not like we exactly thrive off of Leave. At least not all leaves. There's very specific leaves we eat slash drink. Like, there's some leaves that could be poisonous. It could be a poisonous razor leaf. And once again, it's a razor leaf. It's going to try. If it's good enough to cut people up after being thrown at them, I don't think it's worth eating. Like, it'd be good for zombies, but eating. You don't give a damn about survivability. You just want your cute Eevees with you. Which, I'm sorry, Elf, is not going to be enough. I mean, they're OP Pokemon, so it's probably going to be enough to survive. But it's not going to be the perfect way to survive. Hey. Okay, what about Megas? There is the possibility to have one Mega. Who are you going to bring as a Mega? Because none of them can Mega Evolve. You know who can Mega Evolve? Blastoise. You know who gets more powerful cannons and better defenses? Blastoise. I don't know about Charizard. I don't know if I'd like him to be... I don't know if I'd like him to be the Mega. Because, you know, all he gets is more powerful claims and powerful wings, which, you know, is useful. But I feel like having a more defensive ball with more powerful canyons might be better. I'll find a Diglett! What is a Diglett going to do? What is the ground dick going to do? I mean, like, maybe it's going to help you, like, make, like, a small cave you can live in. But, like, why Diglett specifically? I want to know. Why Diglett specifically? Is there some broke strat I haven't thought of? Well, yeah, but it's a Diglett. It's really small. That's going to take a while. Compared to, you know, like a Steelix. Who can, you know, build these massive caves and then defend them. Can your Diglett defend its tiny holes? That sounds wrong, but don't go there. Oh, think of this. Think about this from an actual strategic standpoint, not the cuteness of an Eevee standpoint. Give me a little bit more time. Because I'm sure there are other options. I'm sure there might be one or two Eevees that would be good for, you know, surviving the apocalypse. But a team filled with only Eevees, a random Diglett. Not to mention, you go over the 6 number. You have to leave some behind. You can't have every single one. What I was trying to think of was like a Pokemon who would make a good mobile base, but I can't think of any Pokemon that are like that big and you could easily live on. Like, you know, there's Turtwig's line. That line would turn into a Pokemon you could, you know, ride on, but, you know, it's not exactly big enough to be a base. You know what I mean? It's really not. And it's kind of like the same issue, but maybe even worse. That like with Venusaur. Now Venusaur is very slow. He's not exactly like he can hop, but I don't know if he's like LeBron James hopping. And a lot of the stuff he could do would have to be like very close range compared to certain other Pokemon. In fact, just gonna bring up Factoid, are you it? Well, that's interesting. Female, but no. Huh. That's interesting. Can't imagine not having an official flag for your state. At the same time as you, yeah, probably. But with y'all, no, because I still don't have Nintendo Online. And it might honestly kind of just stay that way, unless, you know, there's something super hard that I can't do with like by myself. Like most of the raids so far, I've been able to do by myself. In fact, all of them I've been able to do by myself. And we do eventually plan on getting Scarlet. So, you know, getting the exclusives for that game shouldn't be, you know, as painful. It's because, like, I don't use the Nintendo Online for anything. Like, yeah, there's Pokemon, but that's it, and Pokemon's not always a thing. Like, when Pokemon's not a thing, like, maybe for, like, Monster Hunter, but, I mean, other than that, I don't use Online for anything. Most of the games I play, I can play on other consoles, or, you know, on PC, or they're free. So they don't have to have the online thing. And normally it's honestly both. So, I mean, I don't feel like putting in, you know, the money for that. At least not until, you know, I have, you know, the excess money to be able to do that. Now, granted, it's not like super expensive or anything. But still. You know, it's not something I use often, so I see it as well. Boom. And even for like the emulators, it's not like they have anything, you know, like groundbreaking on the emulators that I play. You know, and with like the emulators I have on my own PC, I can get all those games and more. So, not to mention that a lot of these emulators do still have internet compatibility. So that's not a good reason for me to, you know, get it. You know, like with Game Pass, you know, it's really worthwhile because you're getting hundreds of games not only on the console but also on PC. So that's why I have that. Like the dad jokes one. 2 more and then I'll do the other 2 encounters. Sometimes I'm worried that I'll just be so out of focus, just not paying attention at all, that I'm gonna just instinctually, through muscle memory, quick save. I mean, quick restart over of my Pokemon. And if that happens, I'm gonna be pissed. I haven't done it yet in any game, at least not to my knowledge. But still, it's going to be a bad time. One more. That's not. This be the mythical shiny Bulbasaur. Hurry up, ass. I named my rival app. And nope. Okay. Well, that was the last Bulbasaur. We'll check everything else. But that's pretty much it. Check Squirtle first. The fact that you're in the ass. I'm gonna be pissed if this is shiny. Thank God. I would have been so fucking furious. I would have been so pissed, because then that means you were not only right, but then I'd have to use Squirtle. Which, you know, it's just so much more random. Check Charizard. Or man, whatever. Blizzard Dragon with the fire tail. I didn't want to name it. Let's check Charmander. Nope, okay. Well, that is the end of stream then. I hope you. Oh, actually, let me pause. So, I hope y'all enjoyed that. It was kind of, you know, meh on the entertainment level, but it was nice and relaxing. So, I don't have to edit a short or anything, so that's always nice. But, yep, I hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you know, the streamloots, if you want to troll me, or just, you know, interact with me, you always have that. And I do give away free ones if, you know, someone's here to get it. And the Discord, you know, you can talk to me before and after stream. You know, get the beats about what's about to happen, where I post most of the news for the channel and stuff. And that's it. So, bye. Y'all enjoyed the stream's beginning. Yeah. Night, y'all.